Hello? Okay, there we go. Hello. Hey. Um, yes, we are back with some more Baldur's Gate. It feels like it was only yesterday since I last played it. Kind of weird. What even is time? Hello. How is everyone doing? I hope you're doing well. It's cold today. Like really cold. Not freezing cold, but especially compared to the beginning of the week. So beginning of the week we had a heat wave. Like holy heck. Literally record high temperatures. Um 30 degrees, which for late February is unheard of. And then over the course of 1 or 2 days, everything just dropped. We have 16 degrees right now, which is more like February weather, but compared to before. And it's gonna get even colder. It's gonna get something like 8 degrees at night. So yeah, this is some wild weather, and it's not playing nice with my body, and it's been rough. I've been sleeping a lot this week, like a lot, or not sleeping, like both. Some nights it's just I sleep 12 hours. Some nights I'm just lying there for 7 hours in bed, unable to actually fall asleep. So, but yeah, we are back. We are back with some Baldur's Gate. I have changed. This is the first stream back where I've changed the ad schedule. So before, I had 1.5 minutes of ads every half hour. Um, that is the minimum required to. Well, they say 3 minutes per hour, and then you can split it however. Well, not however you want, but there are several ways you can split this up over the hour. And 3 minutes per hour is the minimum to disable pre-rolls, which is the main goal here. And I used to run 1.5 minutes every half hour, but I've seen a couple of other streamers who use the same ad timing thing, and they say, well, I run 3 minutes every hour because then I get a full hour of gaming, more or less. It's like 50 something minutes, 57, 8 minutes, depending on how Twitch exactly times the start of the ads and such. Um, and then I get a nice block of 3 minutes where people can take a break, including the streamer, right? Can actually go grab something to drink, or go to the bathroom, or get up and walk around and stretch and things like that. And 3 minutes is good for that. 1.5 minutes is kind of a weird in between where if you just sit through it, it's a bit long, but if you get up and I don't know, grab a drink or so, it's too short. So, yeah, let's try this. And it also means less interruptions of the flow, basically, because I've noticed for myself personally, um, getting an ad every half hour does break the flow more than often than not. And let's see, maybe an hour is gonna be much better. So yeah, that's some very mundane changes happening to the stream, like the opposite of exciting. Also, let's hope that my shoutout commands and other things aren't broken. Um, I'm having a thought on what may have happened last time, but in any case, let's continue. Alright, where were we? We are in Baldur's Gate. Right, we wanted to do the heist.
You're a queer fellow.
That's what was happening. Do the heist. Is just a dagger? No, that's a special dagger. Ugh, so much stuff. All these wands. What is this? Lathander's potion of antidote. Right, I need that thing. Wand of lightning, wand of fire, wand of monster summoning. Let's give. So the wands of fires are nice because those are fireballs. And I have a wand of magic missiles. Okay. Wand of fear. And this is a wand of paralyzation. Ooh, okay. Okay. So for the heist.
I've done had enough of this.
Is that him? That's him. Okay, let's do this.
This way.
Swipe the Duchess knickers once, if you know what I mean.
Good job, dude. It's dark. We'll see how you are on the inside. Oh, this dark. We'll see how you are on the inside. Redidge. That name. Oh my goodness. Will I spy the alley while you and I search and keep? Follow on to the door. I'll be the picker. Once we're inside, get the gems, then we make for the guild. You won't be seeing much of me. I'll be keeping to the shadows. Right, right.
I've done had enough of this.
So... guessing all I have to do is pick this. There's no gems in here. Are these books special? Not really. Okay. There might be someone here. Who's there? Meow. Blasted cat.
I've done had enough of this.
I can just pretend to be a cat. Ah! That is so beautiful. Ooh, a rogue stone. Nice. Wait a minute, I don't want a cat. Who's there? I'm astray, go back to sleep. Shh, you know, makes sense. Good night, kitty. That dude is so groggy. I love it. Okay, now I need to leave.
This way. This way.
It's like, meow, and it's like, wait, I don't own a cat. Who's there? It's like, I'm just a stray. Go back to sleep. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. I love this. The humor in this game. Sometimes it's really on point. All right. What I can also do, I've basically done this. And I have a quest that's definitely timed. Oh, right. That's what I wanted. I wanted to pull up a map that explains all of the districts. Hmm.
Butt kicking, for goodness!
Like, where is... General Story, Old Inn, Flaming Fist, Seven Suns. Okay. That's where I need to go. I believe. So where were we? We're doing some stuff for the Thieves Guild, right? Oh no, that's something else. Sneak into Oberon's estate. I messed that up. Okay, Oberon's estate. Is that here? Three Kegs, Temple of Helm, Ducal Palace. No.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick. Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Oh, this is there's a city gate again. I mean, while I'm here, I might as well just you know, talk to the dude. Yeah. Get that one Thieves quest done with. To make sure that, yes, I'm actually finished with that.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Locals don't have to scratch to feed my fingers like the merchants from afar. You'd think the routing banditry would have some professional courtesy for their city-sitting cousins to let a mark or two through. Fair point. Ooh, okay.
Gets the kick. Swipe the Duchess knickers once, if you know what I mean.
Well snuck by any measure. Gone to London wakes this morn none the wiser, but more the poorer. All the guild will hear of this, and ye be welcomed as brethren. Split the jemmies thrice, and tonight we'll suck the money. Monkey a cake apiece tavern-wise. Sure, okay. Yay. Oh, I got a pearl. Pearls are nice. Pearls are worth... I got 3 pearls! Pearls are worth 100 gold each. It's not bad. Not bad. I cannot go downstairs, I believe. Okay.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Here. Okay. Yeah, there's 3 entrances to the Thieves Guild for some reason. Okay, where is Oberon's estate? There's like... Again, because none of these things are labeled, it doesn't tell you it's in this district or this part of the city. It just tells you there's one house. And then expects you to just... Was it at the docks? No.
Full plate and packing steel.
Was it here? No, I was just there. Hiya.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Where have I not been yet? The center? No, I have been here. You didn't forget where I am, where I've been. What is this place? Rage past lucky. Oh, this is the temples.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Almond cloak. Pentar Silver Shields estate. Ah.
Butt kicking for goodness.
Wait. I think I've been to every district and it's still not... The things just disappeared. What the heck?
Kicking for goodness.
Or have I not been here yet?
Full plate and
So
fucking
confused.
spears. Butt kicking for goodness!
So it's not here. This is the temples. Okay, it's a 3x3 grid. I'm only seeing this now. Okay, you know what? Let me see if there's a full map of the city with all of the map pieces stitched together or something. There is. And yes, they definitely just had one big map of the city and just cut it into 9 pieces. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's see. Where is Oberon's house? I'm sorry about this, but like, seriously, it's so difficult to navigate. Merchants League Estate. Generic home, generic home, generic home. I could post this. Here, this is what I'm using right now. This is what I'm looking at, and it is indeed one large map, right? That was cut without regard to the actual what do you call it? The actual geography or topography of the city. Oberon's estate. There we go. Center of Baldur's Gate. Okay. So it's in the center. The center is this part. Ah, okay. No wonder I missed it.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick!
So there's a bit over here that I hadn't fully
Yep.
explored yet. Can I explore? What are you doing?
My turn to save the day.
Pathfinding. Isn't it wonderful?
I care not. This way.
Food. Let me just explore a little bit, see if I can uncover a bit more of the map here and there. Here we go. You know, light up the map just a little bit. While Nira is on her way.
My turn to save the day.
Let's talk more cool ones.
You're this way.
Okay.
You point, I butt kicking for goodness!
Of course it's locked.
I've done had
Why wouldn't it be
Butt
locked?
kicking for goodness!
That's not a problem for me.
Bother and bother, never a calm spot, never a break.
Ooh.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick!
Servant. Cook. And servant. Okay, so this person has a name.
and bother, never a calm spot, never a break.
I'm a touch busy at the moment. Was there something you needed? Come regarding the servile position? The position? Ah, yes, we are indeed looking for a servant to help the clean this ever so large an estate. And she does tend to get away on you if you're not careful. Have you any experience with such an expansive building? The palace. Yeah, the palace. Well, my grandma's house was worth a copper or two, but it's not as expansive as this here place. Not have. Oh, is that it?
A well-ordered home is a happy home.
Can I load and can I actually get her to hire me, or is this just a dead end?
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Look at me in full plate and sword. It's like I'm here to become a servant.
Never a break.
Indeed I do. I served for the past year at the palace. Oh, which palace would that be then? I served at Oberon's palace, which is the place I'm in right now. Was Castle Waterdeep. Oh dear me. Never mentioned that to Master Oberon. He has never liked Peer Geron, Paladin Star, and won't have a servant not good enough for him. I should not do this, but I need the extra help, so consider yourself hired. We have important guests at the moment, so you had best stay in the background, clean the rooms in the east wing, and leave the west for me. Heyo, I'm hired. I don't know what that does, but okay. Yeah, I don't think these do anything.
You're a this way.
It's just... Oh, never mind.
Cool one,
Yep.
sir.
There we go. Cursed Scroll of Weakness. Of course it's a cursed scroll. It is always a cursed scroll.
You point. Butt kicking.
Why do people keep around
I
cursed
serve
scrolls?
the flaming fist.
They catch me?
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Stalked the halls.
What is going on? Yeah. Hold on. Something didn't go right.
You're a queer this way.
The Flaming Fist just came in here.
Cool.
But I didn't see...
Full plate and packing steel.
Guards have been alerted. Okay. No guards? No guards.
Yep.
And I clicked the stair... my mouse is a bit busted. I clicked the staircase and then I went up again. I wanted to go back down, but apparently that's not a thing.
Punch.
Uh-huh.
Let's talk more. Squeaky wheel gets the kick. Cool.
Also, the guard response in this city is like 5 seconds.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
What you want? I'm gone.
A lot of nice scrolls, but I guess
You point
they
full
are
plate
mages
and
over here.
packing steel.
Okay, I don't want to disturb this guy.
Yep.
An identify scroll. Non-detection. Does Nira have that? Nira cannot learn that. Cool touch. I don't need that in here. Okay, so this one I can sell. Well, okay. Hmm. Level 7. So she can cast these. Wait, she has Cloud Kill already. I could. There's a couple of spells I can learn in here. There we go. Ah. See? I mean, I'm not gonna cast this until quite a bit later, but you know.
Less talk, more fight.
Okay. I need to change. Okay. The text is. I forgot after changing my Oh no. After changing the ad schedule, I forgot to change the message timer. Oof. Okay, so what is this? This is 27.5 minutes. So the thing is, I have a timer set up on StreamerBot that after 27.5 minutes, it sends this message saying ads will appear about 2 minutes and makes this text appear on stream. Except I have ads every hour now, so it needs to be 57.5 minutes. So I need to calculate, because when you set delays or when you set timers like this in StreamerBot, it sets them in milliseconds. So I need to go, what is 30 minutes? 1800? Right? 1.8 million milliseconds. 3,450,000 milliseconds. 3, 4, 5. Okay, there we go. Hide this thing. Um, okay. That should have fixed it. It might not appear the next time, but then after the next ads come up, the timer will work again, because that's the trigger, right? When ads play, that's the trigger for um for this message loop. Quite an interesting setup, actually. Found a good YouTube tutorial for that. Okay, let's get back into the game. I was thinking like that hour was over very quickly, but no, that was half an hour. Because the timer for the text starts counting down when the ad happens, and then it counts down however much I set it to, which in this case was half an hour. It doesn't actually know when the next ad will play. You've gone rather far afield, haven't you, servant? Well, no matter. Anyone to alleviate the boredom is appreciated, even if they are of the lower class. Try to be more amiable, Halshara. This week's end will not come soon enough. I tire of standing about playing watchman. Many a magical study awaits while I waste time guarding a rock. Halshara, Daddy would not trouble us if this were not important. Your rock is an artifact fragment vital to constructing a skyship. They just say all of this out loud. It's like, oh, okay, thank you. No less so than my statuette and Delorna's spellbook. Fragment or no, here I sit guarding a pebble while the world goes on without me. I don't know how you and she stand it. Delorna is content to sit in contemplation whether entrusted the book or not, and I simply know that our father would not have me here without reason. Ithmira, you should know by now that father is a few sparks shy of a fireball. I like that one. I like it when people come up with new ways to phrase this. Like new things to put in there. Skyship or rowboat. If he made it, I wouldn't trust it to hold air, let alone float on it. I did not offer to captain the final product, just to guard the components. You know, sister, I think we have been duped. I do not believe I recognize this supposed servant. Sound a warning. It's as father predicted, a thief in our midst. I'm no thief. I offer good gold for the items you guard. Name a price. Certainly you do not know the daughters of Chandela to think that gold would change our alliance. You are no servant. You are either assassins or thieves. It matters not which, as you will die nonetheless. So they just attacked me. There's no way to talk myself out of this. Fine. Okay, so
I care not.
What is it this time?
my ranged fighters.
Can I help you?
Sucks to be you.
Who wants some?
Sucks to be you.
Eat flaming! Or possibly frosty.
Okay, there's that last one.
Go for the ice pool. Go for the
There was that last one. I mean, you started it. It's not my fault. You started it. Did I grab all of the pieces? Is this... No, these are just normal gems and such. Normal daggers, I don't need those. Potion.
You're a queer fellow.
I do wonder. I mean, fighting them is not difficult, right? What if I talk to this guy first?
full plate and packing steel.
Away with you, beggar!
Oh. I know not who you are, but because of my guests I will refrain from having you outright killed. I advise you to leave quickly, lest I change my mind. I will not tolerate strangers loitering about my house on such an occasion as this. Okay, so he doesn't do anything. Alright.
stocked the hall.
Let's see if there is. I'm a servant here. I mean, just hired. I mean no harm. My apologies for disturbing you. I shall leave. You are no servant? Okay, so nothing I say is gonna change her mind.
Can I help you?
Unless I outright threaten her? But,
Uh-huh.
eh.
Go for the eyes, fool! Go for the eyes! Frost! You point, I punch. Butt kicking for goodness!
Okay. So, nothing I say
Camaraderie.
is really going to make a difference. They're just all gonna
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
get murdered.
Cool! Butt kicking for goodness!
You're a queer
Okay,
fellow.
so there was these. The potion. This thing. Necklace of missiles. Naming of this necklace originates from its only owner, Ikaida Morneve, who requested to regain his kidnapped daughter. Not many would help the determined father, but a kind and generous mage bestowed this item on him to aid his cause. Alas, the necklace was lost when Ikaida dropped it into the Immerflow River while fending off bandits upon a suspended bridge. How do you just drop a necklace? Aren't you wearing it? Fortunately, it is rumored that the item was not needed to reunite the family once again. So this just causes a nice magical effect. Oh, it has 10 charges, I see. Oh, inventory full. Robe, fire resistance, traveler's robe. Again, just sell these. Protection from fire, not bad. Okay.
You point, I punch. Full plate.
Alright,
and packing
whatever.
steel.
It seems like the only way to do this is to murder people. Okay. How do I go
Full
down?
plate
There we go.
And squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Okay.
Squeaky wheel.
I just murdered a bunch of people to steal some items, I guess.
Full plate and packing steel.
This item is a component card for the skyship. Ithmira statuette, right? Delona spellbook, and then Alshara's artifact fragment. Okay. I don't know what happens because I murdered them, but you know the game is all about murder for some reason. Everyone just fights me.
Butt kicking for goodness.
I mean, I know what the possible reason is why people just all murder me or try to murder
Butt
me.
kicking for goodness.
I'll not taint the beauty of the night with superfluous chatter.
That was very quiet.
Welcome, my little friends. Please, relax and keep your weapons at your sides.
A fine, if not a rough-hewn performance. Of course, while I may not mourn the loss of those you killed, the god is certainly irate. This is my Halruan contact, Rissar. I believe he would like a word with you about the unnecessary tension you have brought to this cause. Oh, so more people must die. The recovery of our secret is most welcome, but the scrutiny your actions bring will do much damage. I must erase all knowledge of this plan by removing all expendable people. This unfortunately means you. Apologies, but you must die. Dude, I just killed 3 mages. Not this night, you gammon dead man. Oh! Nolan. What, by all the gods, are you doing? To you I put the same query, you traitorous fool! You set up one of your own. Explain yourself, lest you take an earth bath by next morn. Earth bath. You hired them to do your dirty deed, 'cause they be expendable, but they be as good as a sneak as any we be. Oh, because I did the Narlan quests first, he's like, hey yo, these are good thieves, they're welcome to the guild. Nice, nice. A brethren in burglary, who should die 'cause they know in the guild? Nay, say I. This is atrocious. And many more. They slump down our hall. They stump down our halls. They work the work, and they flee the flee. They with us, and you set us up. Oof. Seems you made quite the impression on the guild, you did. It would also seem that I erred aligning with Rizar. Blasted politics addles the brains, and time and again I should stay out. Still, we've his coin. The story of his demise is ours to construct. Never a total loss to be had. You have earned a place in the guild, tie that never breaks. So apparently, this is the only way this quest could have played out. Right? I have to kill those 3, and then all of this has to happen somehow, and then I get welcome to the guild. Here's the respect you ran from the guards for. Around the world way to get it, to be sure, but worth it nonetheless. The doors here will always be open, excepting when pickably locked. And now the 3 items are gone. They're just gone. But okay.
What you want? This way.
So this was the only way this could have played out.
Yep, this way.
Which...
Cool.
I mean... Okay, there's another wand of paralysis. And another of these robes. Okay, those I need spells for.
Butt kicking for goodness.
Okay, I'm officially a member of the Thieves Guild. Hooray! I don't know what that does.
Full plate and packing steel.
Okay. Okay. I can find... Okay, I need to go to the Blushing Mermaid.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Who is... Not who, which. That is not a person. It's a place.
Hello there.
Is it here? I believe it's here. Yes, but I'm on the wrong side of the wall once again.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
There we go. Alright, I want my antidote, dude.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Bork. Who are you, Bork?
Hey, friend. Good to meet a fine sod such as yourself.
Welcome you are. Just try not to make too many messes while here. We lose enough patrons to their professions without losing them to their recreation as well. Okay, what do you have? Nothing much.
Hello, mate. You look a friendly face.
Please, you must save us from this wretched iron. Why shed tears over a crisis that's far more political than personal. What? War is political, but does it not maim husbands and kill sons? Sniff. My husband rode the plow behind our horses until the rotten iron hitching broke. The horses bolted, and now the plow rose from the earth to overturn and catch my man beneath it. He was dragged 20 yards through rocky soil and is dying now, beyond the cleric's powers. Really? Beyond the cleric's powers? Such a thing exists? I thought healing spells were just healing spells. The simple hitching broke and you ask me why I weep. I mean,
Make it quick.
kinda sucks to be you, I guess.
This way.
Ooh. Ooh. I mean, don't mind me. Don't mind if I do. Dagger +1
Let's talk
is
more
nice, but
Squeaky
wait, is this
wheel
another
gets
exit?
gather your party before venturing forth.
Oh. Alright, folks, if you want to enjoy the pleasures of the Undercellar, you have to pay the 10 gold entrance fee. And all the Black Lotus and women you want for you to use for the night. Sorry, no money, no entry. I mean, I can afford 10 gold.
Full plate and packing
But what is...
steel.
I didn't know this place existed. What is this? Is this like a drug den brothel? Who is here? Is there someone here? Holy heck, that's a... She's named. Okay. So she's important somehow.
I'm a fine-looking strumpet, ain't I?
Never mind. Don't bother me. Leave me alone or I'll call the guards. Then why are you here? But she's named. Maybe she appears in some quest. This is huge. What the heck? Oh my goodness. I thought it was just a couple rooms, but no, there's like 4 wings to this place. What the heck? No wonder they charge 10 gold entry. Holy heck, this is ginormous. Dilar, who are you? Why are you standing in this room here?
Hi, friend.
Hello, hello. Feel free to eat, drink, and be merry. But kindly do so outside of my office. This is an office? Doesn't look much like an office. If you wish to play low lantern rates, then you'll warrant a warmer welcome. This is the Undercellar, however, and though our prospect be somewhat cheaper, my company is not. Have a pleasant day. No need to get all uppity on me, sir. I didn't mean any harm. Just wanted to share a drink with the gracious host is all. I do not drink with customers. Our association is strictly formal, and any attempt to extend that relationship will be met with a quick trip to the door. I provide friends of a sort, but I'm not one of them. Good day. Oh well, we tried. Jeez, that's like what? There's like 20 courtesans in here or more? I mean, each wing is 8 rooms. There's 4 wings, that's 32 rooms. Like, what the heck? Ooh, a secret door. Okay, I'll have to explore that later. I did not realize... Oh, this is... Okay, this is... there's a lot more here than meets the eye. And suddenly it's like, oh no, this goes a lot deeper. This rabbit hole goes a lot deeper. Just trying to see that I'm not missing anything in these spots of a fog of war. Guards, okay. So this is where the guards are. Wait, look at this. Oh, okay, these corner rooms are shared. So it's actually 6 rooms per wing. 7 rooms per wing. You count it like this. 7 rooms. That's worth 28. Still a lot.
Squeaky wheel.
Is this the sewer? This is the sewer. Ah, so there's... Ah. Man, I kind of want to run an adventure like this now. On like, tabletop. Random dead bodies lying here? That's wild. Where does this lead? Probably back up.
Your party before venturing forth.
Yeah.
Full plate and butt kicking.
But you can travel along the city this way. This is fascinating. Rat Child. I am Rat Child. I destroy all those who oppose my people. Feel the wrath of Rat Child. Feel my wrath and tremble. Feel your wrath by all the gods. You're just a kobold. I think you might have a small mix-up on who should be trembling. Draw steel, my friends, and let's cut up these little dockmen. Please don't hurt us, almighty Rat Child. Who exactly are your people? My people are rulers of the deeps, where your people's wastes are sent. That where we thrive. Ratchald's tribe is stronger than all the others. Ratchald's tribe's trained to beat anyone. Anyone! No one can stand up to Ratchild and tribe. Wonderful that you live down here where all our waste is dumped. You should be real proud. You underestimate Ratchild. Again, apparently the only way is to beat him. Many have done so, even Harpers have done so. All feel Ratchild's wrath.
You have need of me?
Again, right? Apparently, at the end of the day, the only thing I can do is fight them.
Can I help you?
He's a kobold mage?
Nature's servant awaits.
Okay.
You have need of me?
It's like they have all of these...
Omnipresent.
Hello? Interesting... Oh, Minsk is... berserkering or something. Rigid thinking. I don't know what that does.
Yes? Oh, I thought really not in this. Can I help you have need of me if none are better?
You're a queer fellow.
What is it this time?
Yes?
Yes?
No sooner said than done.
Can I help you?
To you all!
Nature's servant awaits.
Oh,
To you
I thought really
all!
not in this. You have need of me?
For the fallen! Yes, oh,
My blade will
omnipresent
cut you
authority.
down
Okay.
to size.
I think that was it.
Nature's servant. Yes, for the group.
Don't attack me, isn't he? Please don't attack me, Minsk. Come on. Okay, I just need to wait for this to wear off. Oh my goodness. But yeah, again, the only way out of any sort of interesting encounter with an interesting NPC is I murder all of them. And, I mean, there is some sort of background reasoning for that. But at the same time, it's a bit sad that it all ends up like this.
What you want? I've done had enough of this.
Right? It's like, oh, there's so many fascinating characters here. So many fascinating NPCs with stories to tell. And then the story you tell every single time is murder all of them. And that's... It feels a bit like wasted potential. Well, it doesn't feel like it. It kind of is, because you're really just telling the same story over and over again. Right? Which is, you murder everyone you come across. And how often do you need to tell that story? Hey! Hello! I just thank you for the redeems. Alright, get hydrated.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Oh my goodness, you came in right as the ad started. Your timing is impeccable. But yeah, how are you doing, if you can hear me? I just finished my chocolate milk. That was my breakfast, more or less. Ugh. But yeah, now that the ad has triggered, the other timer has started ticking. Right, so the ad going off means this other timer is now counting down 57.5 minutes. And then at the end of that, it will display the whole ads will appear in about 2 minutes text. So, yeah. Hopefully this will work. Oh my goodness. I went out for a walk yesterday and did some like dead hang training and then some rows, and now my arms are my arms are a bit jello. So, or not just jello, they hurt when I clench a fist or so, or I move my fingers. Hurts. But yeah, okay. So this was the first 3-minute ad we've ever had on here. And yeah, definitely, yeah, you can tell it's longer than 1.5 minutes, but at the same time, I can do proper stretches. I can formulate a thought and finish that thought in this time, rather than the 1.5 minutes, which is just kind of this in between. What do I do with this time? If I start talking about something, I will never finish it on time and such. But yeah, welcome back. The impeccable timing. Just as the ad hit. How are you though? I hope you're doing well. And welcome to some Baldur's Gate. We're just oops. Finding out how extensive this city actually is.
I care not.
Also, my mouse is busted. Like, it does the weird thing where if I click, sometimes it doesn't, or sometimes it clicks twice or 3 times and such. So yeah, that thing is happening. Definitely annoying. Doing good. Thought I'd drop in and check out what you're up to before I head to bed. Ah, okay. Yeah, so just some Baldur's Gate.
Let's talk more fight. Butt kicking for goodness.
Then if you are going to sleep though, I do wish you a very, very good night. And a good sleep. The sewer just keeps going. This is
Butt kicking for
wild.
goodness.
But yeah, and thanks for dropping by. Nice, it's always nice to seeing you.
Packing steel.
I can't even talk anymore. Let me finish exploring this section first. Sewer cleaner? That is interesting. You never see people like this. Hello.
pal.
You shouldn't be down here. Not safe or you don't know your way around. Probably can't stand the smell either. Oh, that's like, oh, you shouldn't be down here. It's just, his nose is stuffed. I get it. I gotcha.
Oh, I'm really not in this.
Possibly frosty. Death!
Oh, great ooze.
Go for the eyes.
Death to you all!
I love the idea of slimes and oozes like this in a sewer. I don't know why, but it's just, yeah, that's perfect. It is 100% perfect to have them in here. And it's just so beautiful. You just walk around in the muck, and all of a sudden the muck walks around over you.
Camaraderie, adventure, and steel.
Is this some sort of like floodgate thing? That's interesting. There's a lot of environmental things here, and this feels like, I mean, we found those bodies earlier in that dump, right? I don't know if we can take those bodies and take him to a guard or something, if that was ever implemented in the game, right? Or if it's just, oh, here's a nice bit of environmental storytelling and that's it. And this is really, these games have so many good ideas in them and so many fascinating details, but then when you play them, you bump up against the limitations of this being on a computer instead of being run by a human who can adapt and change things as necessary. Which is really why whenever I play games like this, I always think, man, I want to play this as a tabletop game. I want to get a couple of friends together and just play things like this on tabletop, because of all the potential stories that can come out of this. Right? If a party goes into the sewers and just explores and then finds these bodies, I have no idea what they'll do. They might just leave them. They might pick them up. They might search them. They might do whatever. I don't know. But we play to find out, right? Whereas in the computer game, it's just, yeah, there's nothing here. It's just me. Unless I can feed the bodies to these people, maybe? Is that a slime talking? Halt, my children. We have guests among us. Ah, yes, I can sense you now, and your leader. A child of books you are. Aye, books are good. A child of fate. I have heard of you. Wait, what? I have heard of you, Cheatin. I have heard your name whispered down these stony halls, where the drip of water mingles with the gurgling of the dead. They have wanted you dead, you know. Who are you, and who are these shambling creatures that you surround yourself with? Who am I? Who indeed? It has been so long. Oh my.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Aqua! No, you were streaming. Oh heck. Just chatting. What were you doing, Aqua? Hello, welcome. Latent Logic, welcome. Wiggle rate, yay. How is everyone? Hello. Everyone here, please follow Aqua. Aqua is freakishly amazing. Please do. Aqua also did a lot of the art for my stream, for my channel, so go check them out. I got forced to play the second Spyro game. Ooh, that's nice. Did you beat it? Did you get far? How was it? How are you doing? Arrow, hello. How are you doing? Yeah, welcome everyone. My name is Chichin. I am a Bard VTuber and I play old games and or role-playing games. I got nauseous and had to stop. Oh no. Then do please. Please take care of yourself. Oof, I guess that's one way to end the game. But yeah, right now we're playing some Baldur's Gate. The original one, the first one. Not 3, but you know, 1. That necessarily had to exist for 3 to be a thing. And we're just exploring some sewers under the city. Yeah, you're free to stay and explore this with me. If you do, yeah, and Aqua especially, if you do need to rest from your nauseity, I don't think that's a word. And then please do. Gotta go eat and lay down. I'll be lurking. Yeah, definitely do take care. Thank you for the raid, though. Yeah. And also, how is everyone today? I hope you are not freezing like I am. I say freezing. It's 16 degrees. But compared to, we got a heat wave beginning of the week. I don't know, did you guys get a heat wave? I hope not. It would be horrible to get something which is is it technically still winter? Yeah, February is technically still winter. Getting a heat wave in winter. I hope you guys didn't get one. Did you get one? Where am I? Right, I'm talking to the slime. Lumpsha, the sewer king. So yeah, we're playing here this party, and I stumbled onto this talking slime in the sewers. So let's see, who am I? Who indeed? It has been so long since I had hideous form and shape like you. In your mind, I see things I recognize there. Place you called home once. Candlekeep. Until the springtide, it was the only place I had ever known. Candlekeep. Hey, Jaunty. Hello. How are you doing? Nice to have you here. All of the wiggles. How goes? How goes? I hope you are doing well. Let me actually see. Jaunty, I hope you won't mind if I use you as a guinea pig. Test my streamer bot. It works! It works! Ha! At least for now. My shoutout command was broken last stream. So. Hooray! Okay, so Candlekeep. Yes, Candlekeep. This plays in the Forgotten Realms, same as Baldur's Gate 3. If you've played Baldur's Gate 3, you might know a bit of Forgotten Realms. But then again, this is, like, time-wise, I'm happy to passively help with that sort of thing. Well, yeah. You know. Whatever works, I guess. But yeah, this plays in the same general area, right? We are in the city of Baldur's Gate. We are under the city of Baldur's Gate, so. Candlekeep. I was there, wasn't I? Yes, when I was in my younger form. When I was a mage, so proud of my talent, my craft. But I transcended that long ago and left it behind. I've awakened an old hunger in me. A hunger for substance, child. Come closer, that I may gorge myself on you. And this is, I was just talking about this earlier. Like, you have all of these amazingly interesting NPCs with really cool stories. Really cool backstories, really cool things that could be happening. And every single one of these encounters ends with you murder them. And that's...
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Come on. It's such wasted potential. Okay, what are you? Sewer folk? Oh, you're just an ogre variant, essentially. You are more sewer folk. You're a ghast. Okay.
Go for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes!
There are multiple reasons why D&D PCs are assumed to be murder hobos. I mean,
My blade will cut you down to size.
kinda.
My blade will cut
But usually the murder hoboing is, you know, the PCs themselves doing it. They just walk up and it's like, I stabbed this person, I stabbed that person, I burned down the orphanage, whatever. In this game, the game does it to you. The game says you will be... Everyone... It's not so much that the PCs are murder hobos. It's that the game is being a murder hobo towards you. Right? And that is... It is wasted potential. Really. And there is kinda sorta a reason for it. There is an explanation why you murder everyone. Oh no, they're stuck. Please don't be stuck.
I'm gone.
Oh no, they're stuck.
You point,
Okay.
Butt kicking for goodness.
Yeah, the pathfinding in this game. Oh, look at this. The pathfinding in this game is amazing.
You point, I punch. Squeaky wheel.
But at some point, it's like, there's so many cool things, so many awesome random encounters. And they all end with murder and death. Right? I mean, yes, a lot of PCs are murder hobos, and I get it. You know, it's easy. It's a form of stress relief in a way. You know, it can be a sort of power fantasy. But when the game forces me into being a murder hobo, oops, this is not good. This is actually a really interesting point. It's like, sure, PCs are murder hobos very often, but if the game is forcing me to be a murder hobo to everything, it's robbing me of agency. It's robbing me of agency and uh-oh.
Make it quick.
And making the story very flat, or essentially saying there is no story in here.
Kicking for goodness.
I am sorry, everyone. I'm starting to rant about game design and such again, and RPG, playing RPGs. It's what I do. I am a game designer. I've been playing RPGs for a quarter century and designing them for a quarter century, so it's what I do. Hey, Melodic Button Mash. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Oh my...
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Cress! Oh my goodness! Awkward Pain. Welcome, Periwinkle. Hi, Perry. Hoot Hoot Owl Raid indeed. Oh my goodness. Hi! How is everyone? Hey!
Updated my journal.
Drive Break. Oh, hey! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the guild. It's okay. I sometimes discover that I haven't been following people.
My journal.
Hey, Connor! Thank you as well. Welcome to the guild. Thanks for the follow. Oh my goodness. Hi everyone. How are you doing? What are you? Dungeons and Dragons. How fitting. Ooh. How was that? Oh, was that your Magic the Gathering Ravnica? Was that the Ravnica D&D campaign thing? D&D adventure? Well, these the people that never see the sun. Game. Yes, I guess. But yeah, welcome everyone. I am Awkward Pain. Yeah, it's been forever since I played the original Baldur's Gate. Same. I played it way back when. Not when it came out, but like soon-ish after. So maybe like 20 years ago, and now I'm playing it again. Just to relive it. But yeah, my name is Cheechan. I am a Bard VTuber. I usually stream old games and or role-playing games. Today we're doing some original Baldur's Gate. And you can boop the jackalopes. I think we have to ask Jonty if it's okay for the boopings. So I still in call the party? Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. I get how collabs are. But yeah, it is going well. I hope your D&D adventure went well as well. I will have to, maybe I'll have to check out if there is the VOD, I will have to check it out, because I am very interested. Okay. But yeah, today we're doing some some digital Dungeons and Dragons, I guess. And yeah, some Baldur's Gate, some original Baldur's Gate. And living in the future. I know, right? The bright future of 1999? 1998, whenever this thing came out. And hold on. But yeah, as I was saying, I am a game designer. I design tabletop games. And I was just going into a rant when Crest decided to drop by, so I don't have a boop command. I am sorry. I know many people have like boop commands and such. I don't have one. 1998. Yeah, okay. Excited for the year 2000. Here we're due for flying cars soon. Oh yeah. What is it? Not 2005. In 2005, we're gonna get those floating skateboards, those hoverboards. That's gonna be, and self-drying clothes. That's gonna be so exciting. I may have to include a boop command. Okay, let me write that down actually. Like a lot of people have these amazing commands and I don't because I'm boring and I don't think of them. I never think of including things like that. I will have to make things like a boop command. This is what I do with the boops. But yeah, I was. So yeah, word of warning to everyone. I have been playing tabletop RPGs for a quarter century, and I've been designing them for about as long as well. And I tend to go into long rants and ramblings about various aspects of game design and storytelling and such. So if you're down for that, you're very welcome to stay. If you don't, then I apologize. But it's just the autistic info dump going, I must talk about this. The special interest that has enraptured me since I was in middle school. So yeah. And we're currently in some sewers, as you can tell. Having weird encounters. I think it is hard to make games that appeal to many and are not have some sort of violent conflict. Yeah, that was the norm for a lot. I mean, making games that appeal to many is like I hope that's not the point, because if you try to appeal to everyone, you're gonna appeal to no one, right? Make a game that has a clear target and a clear goal, or a clear audience, and that way you will make not necessarily the best possible game, but a great game for your target audience so that they can enjoy it. And then everyone else, I mean, if game designers follow that, right, then there should be great games for them as well. So everyone wins. We don't all need everything games that don't do anything. Fell down quite the D&D 3.5 rabbit hole. Ah, yes. But I haven't done anything with it for a while. Make a game for a clear audience. So it has to be on Windows. Oof. But yeah, 3.5. I think that was the edition I played. I don't know if that was the one I played the most of. That was definitely the one I played quite a bit of in high school. And a bit later on as well. I actually started with AD&D 2nd edition. So the edition before 3rd edition. And then we played 3rd edition in high school, and then 3.5 came out, and I played that in university. And then 4th edition came out, and 4th edition was beautiful. It still is beautiful. my opinion, one of the best, if not the best edition of D&D. So yeah. But truth be told, I don't really play D&D anymore. Especially 5th edition. I don't like it. I gotta be honest, I don't like it. Like, if you enjoy playing D&D 5th edition or others, then yeah, okay, awesome. You know, that again, what I was just saying. Target audiences, everyone, there's a game for everyone out there, hopefully. And if you enjoy D&D 5th edition, go you. Awesome. I'm not saying you're a bad person for enjoying D&D. I'm saying I personally don't enjoy playing D&D. Right? I have my reasons that I have ranted about, like I do, on here for a long time. But yeah, it's rare to hear someone praise 4th edition. That's the thing. When 4th edition first came out, it was so radically different from 3rd edition that a lot of people hated it on account of it being different. But as time went on, people actually looked at 4th edition and looked at what it does. And again, when 5th edition came out, like the edition wars happen all the time, right? When 3rd edition came out, everyone who played 2nd edition was like, what is this? Why? Why is it so different? And a lot of the people who enjoyed 3rd edition were newcomers to the hobby who never played 2nd edition and just started with 3rd and said, oh, this game is pretty good. 4th edition, the thing that 4th edition did is it didn't bring in that many new people. That's why the discussion was very much slanted to the negative. Unlike 5th edition, which brought in like billions of new players. And I exaggerate, but you know. And basically everyone is, hey, it's the greatest game ever. It was at the time too complicated for a new system to learn, but it had a lot going for it. Battlemaster class was busted. Battlemaster, like the fighter? Do you mean the fighter type or the warlord? I'm not sure. But especially with hindsight, warlord, yeah. Warlord was a cool addition. Like just flavor wise and gaming niche wise, the Warlord was such an amazing addition, and then it's out again. But yeah, so it is. It wasn't. The rules weren't all that complicated. They actually streamlined and made the rules a lot simpler. The thing that made it difficult was that there was so much stuff, so many abilities, so many things to look through. Like every class in the core rulebook, every class takes up about 15 to 20 pages to describe all of the abilities. And I'm not kidding, I counted. Every class takes up roughly 15 to 20 abilities. 15 to 20 pages just listing and describing abilities. And because what they did was make every class function on the same basic framework. So whenever you level up, your class would get abilities, moves, essentially, that your class can learn, and what these moves are dependent on your class. So a fighter would get their fighter moves, a rogue would get rogue moves, a wizard would get wizard moves. They were called different things, right? For a wizard, they were spells, for example. For a cleric, they were also prayers or whatever they decided, right? So instead of, say, the fighter having feats or so, and the wizard having spells, and then the cleric having channel divinity stuff and all that. No, all of these functioned the exact same way. They were all abilities. And you would just choose one from each tier. Like if you go to level 7 or something, I don't know if the numbers are correct, but level 7 is like, oh, there are 4 abilities. I choose one. And then I go to level 9. Oh, look, I get another 4 abilities to choose from. I choose one of them. And at the end, like if you hit max level, your character would have about 15 to 20 abilities, which at max level is not all that much. Like if you're level 1, you would have 5, give or take, which is very reasonable and very, very like you can deal with that, right? You can look at that and go, okay, so I have this attack that I can do all the time. I have an ability that I can use once per day. That's my nuke. I have an ability I can use once per encounter. And then I have maybe a small minor ability or an ability from my inheritance or something like that, right? And that's super easy. And then you go up 2 levels and it's like, okay, now I get to choose one more ability. And so on. So it's not that complex. It's just making the choices, looking through everything and making the choices in the beginning is a bit overwhelming. But yeah, 4th edition did a lot of things correctly. Did a lot of things right. And 5th edition, like there is a surprising amount of 4th edition under the hood of 5th edition. But it is deprecated. 5e is too simple. I wouldn't say it went the opposite way. So 4e gives a lot of player options. It gives a lot of possibilities of player builds, of player choice in leveling up and crafting your character. 5e got rid of a lot of that. But then on the other hand they complicated the core rules, kind of. Which is I think they made the wrong parts too simple. If that makes sense. Speaking of this, I kind of want to run a short 4e campaign just to show people what 4e was like and to demonstrate how much of 4e is still left over in 5e. But I would have to dig into my 4e books again. I haven't read them in years. Like, I read them a lot when they came out, which was when 2007 or 8? No, a bit later. Somewhere around there, I think. I was in university when they came out. I started university in somewhere around like 2007, 2000. Yeah, they must have come out somewhere there, maybe even 2009. I don't know, but somewhere there. 2008 was for its release. Okay, thank you for fact checking. Thank you. Yeah, 2008. So I read them a lot when they came out because I was fascinated with the new edition and I thought they did a lot of cool things with it. Simplified a lot of the correct things. Like 3.5 was pretty complex. Was so notoriously complex that the game was busted open. I can't words anymore. And 4E did a lot of good things in there. Oh, Penelope, hey, thank you for the hydrated stretch. Okay. So 2 days ago, I caved and bought a big 2-liter bottle. 2-liter kind of flask thing that I can now drink from. And it's pretty cool. 3.5's crunch and breakage is legendary. Yeah. Like Does anyone know what the most powerful character trait, right? Skill, ability, feat, whatever, is from 3.5? The single most powerful thing in the entire 3.5 game. Leadership? I haven't heard of that one. I think it can be quite powerful, but it takes a lot of investment. No, there is something super powerful that where you only need like level 2 or at most level 3 to completely break the game. Leadership, I think you can only take at level 5 or something like that, or level 6. That's a bit too late, actually. Yes, I have a 2-liter water bottle. They're very nice. Yeah, I've never had one. Leadership was 6, yeah. How do I still remember all of these things? Oh my goodness. What is wrong with my brain? It's just everything goes in there. Like everything I don't need is in there, and everything I want is not. But yeah, the most powerful skill in all of 3.5 is diplomacy, which was renamed to persuasion in 5th edition and such, but diplomacy. Essentially, with the correct bonuses and correct point allocation and such, you could get massively large bonuses on your diplomacy roll as early as level 2, I guess, right? Because of things like synergy bonuses, which is you get a couple points in some other skill, and then that gives a +2 bonus on certain skills. So if you have like insight, if you have 5, is it 5 points or 4 points in insight, that gives you +2 to diplomacy. If you have +4 for 4 points in intimidate, that gives you +2 in diplomacy. If you have +4 points in deceive, that gives you +2 to diplomacy, and so on and so forth. And then with a couple of feats, like 2 feats or so, and these synergy bonuses and charisma and a cheap magic item that you can get at level 2 based on the gold per level rules, you can get something like a +30 modifier on diplomacy very, very easily. And the problem was that 5 points, yeah, hence requiring level 2 to get the, yeah, exactly. And the problem was that diplomacy rules were pretty codified. This is the danger of making hard-coded social rules like that. So essentially, when you're talking to someone, right, they have a certain attitude, a disposition toward you, going from hostile to unfriendly, neutral, friendly, helpful, and so on. And you need to beat a diplomacy roll DC by a certain amount to shift the disposition someone has toward you by certain amounts of levels. And if you have something like a +30 on diplomacy, you will always succeed on getting anyone, including completely hostile creatures or NPCs, to helpful, right? Just because you will beat whatever DCs they can throw at you with such a high degree that you will immediately shift anyone's disposition from hostile to helpful. And once you do that, you get a build like Pun Pun, the kobold, who uses this to summon a god at level 2, uses diplomacy, and then just has the god do whatever Pun Pun wants. That's essentially the build. And yeah, and that just breaks the game, because suddenly you have, even if you summon a god and the god is hostile, you just do your diplomacy roll and all of a sudden, boom, helpful god. And helpful was defined as will help you even at cost to self and things like that. Right? Synergy to diplomacy. Bluff, knowledge, nobility, royalty, sense motive. Yeah. Exactly. Just from skills. And then you get things like a +4 from charisma, and then a +3 from the skill focus feat, and then there's like 2 more feats that give bonuses to diplomacy or something. There are skill feats that give +2 to 2 different skills each. And so it's you can just stack bonuses like crazy, and then you get a very easy spell like that increases your charisma by another d4 points or something. And yeah, it's wild. So yeah, 3.5 was busted. Very, very busted. And that's why 4th edition came along and tried to remove all of that by no longer having all of these wild synergy and multiclassing. 4th edition got rid of multiclassing because a lot of these cheese builds were all multiclasses. I take 1 level this, 1 level that, 1 level this, 1 level that, and then another 1 level this. Right? and then I have a crazy build. So now you know. But yeah, 4th edition is actually pretty cool. But still, I don't really play D&D anymore. I play other stuff. I play things like Blades in the Dark. I play Fate. I'm in a Thirsty Sword Lesbians game that will hopefully start next week. So that's exciting. First time playing that system. And there's so many games out there. There's so many cool cool RPG systems out there. There's thousands. Of course, most of them are small fan projects that are not necessarily great games. But then there's quite a few really, really good ones. So there's so much to try. And they're not all like D&D is pretty complicated to learn, pretty difficult to learn on the scale of things. So if you've learned D&D and you're saying, "Oh, I don't want to spend the same amount of energy and time learning another game," it's like I just want to continue playing this. There are games out there that you can learn in 2 minutes. There are games that I could teach you now in 30 seconds. Right? Welcome to Lasers and Feelings, for example. The game itself is called Lasers and Feelings. But Lasers and Feelings takes all of 30 seconds to learn. And you can have a blast playing it. I've played a couple sessions of it, and it was so much fun. So yeah, it's games that do such different things than D&D. There's a whole big world out there, and just explore, explore. It's like saying, "Oh, I only play Monopoly," and someone else comes with different board games. Like, "Yeah, but I only play Monopoly." Treat yourself. Okay, I'm done proselytizing. But yeah, rants. Rants are part and parcel of this channel. If you're down for that, again, you're very welcome to stay and participate and discuss. I love discussing these things. If you have questions, by the way, about any of this, about RPGs, about D&D, about game design or so, then feel free to ask. Feel free to ask. I am a teacher IRL, so I don't mind explaining things over and over and over if that's what it takes. I guess for me it'd be the hardest to learn and find people's. Yeah, finding people is I mean, I guess finding people in itself is not difficult. I think there's plenty of people who are interested in playing. Especially online, right? If you play online, which sure, why not? We have the technology, let's do it. Um and but scheduling is the biggest thing I've found. It's easier to schedule one shots, just like, oh, let's all take one portion of time off, just like Crest it right now, right? Um, and other than that, also Peebs, hello. Learning the games isn't too difficult, really. I mean, there are some games out there that are more difficult to learn, Shadowrun, but other than that, a lot of games are surprisingly simple to learn, especially if you've only come from a D&D background and think, oh, there's so much I have to pay attention to. No. No, definitely not. Perhaps I could change your mind, I smiled, slipping the NPC a 23 on my diplomacy check. Exactly. How are you doing, Peebs? Check out Peebs as well. A very, very comfy streamer. Very good bean. So, yeah. Also a big friend of the channel. I guess besides schedule is one thing, but also people have the same vibes. Yeah, that's... I think you're touching on a very good point here. Because playing an RPG together is a lot about, it is collaborative storytelling to a certain degree. And finding people who have the same idea of fun and want the same thing out of the game, I think, is more important than things like deciding what game to play or so. That's what session 0 is for. Right? That's a lot of people misunderstand session 0. People just think, oh, session 0 is all about creating characters and such. That can certainly be part of it, but session 0 is essentially one big vibe check. Right? That's what session 0 is. You have the session 0, and ideally, you decide whether or not to run the game with everyone after that. Right? It's a big vibe check. You say, what do we want out of this game? What are we looking for? What do we think is fun? And what do we want to experience at the table? What do we not want to experience at the table? Right? Safety tools in that as well. Very, very important. And that's what a session 0 is for. And sometimes you can say, oh, well, we want different things out of this game. Maybe we're not the best fit playing together. And that's okay, right? There's different kinds of fun for different types of people. But that is really important. Just getting the vibe check done and making sure everyone's actually on board is the big thing. Honestly, I appreciate Burning Wheel splitting itself into hub, room, spokes, teaching me that I can easily run a game just the core rules. Yeah. More games need to do that. Powered by the Apocalypse runs very similarly as well. And even Blades in the Dark, to a certain degree, runs similarly, where you have a very powerful core mechanic or very powerful core set of rules that you could theoretically run the game on just with that. But then if you want to experience more that the game can offer, then you start adding more of the outer layers. It's like an onion, and that is good game design. Very honestly. Doing okay, a little sleepy, enjoying the company bar ballads. Wow. Okay. Negotiator, right. Negotiates the +2 Diplo sense motive feat, skill focus for +3, half elf for ratio +2. Yes, see, you can also do that. +18 with skill ranks, +4 from charisma, +22. Yeah, exactly. See, just like that. At level 2, you can get a +22 on your diplomacy check. So the minimum you can roll is a 23. And the maximum you can roll is a 42. And I think you need a I think you need to beat a 40, a DC 40 or something to get that, a DC 40 or 50. But that's very, very achievable. Right? So yeah. I could not, for example, deal with people who be all flirty. Yeah, still skill checks are not auto fail. Yes, they are not. That is a house rule. They are not even in 5th edition. Not even in 5th edition. The skill checks failing on 1 and succeeding on 20 is a house rule that somehow spread across the internet. That is not in the core rules. So yeah, read the rule books, I guess. Arrow for that, I highly recommend a safety tool for that. A safety tool called Lines and Veils. Which is one of the 2 most common safety tools ever. And that is really something that every group should implement. So, lesson time. Safety tools for RPGs. Very important. This is something you do at session 0. If you don't have a session 0, remember to do it in session 1, in the beginning of session 1. There's various names for it, but the most common name for it is Lines and Veils. Lines and Veils. And it's very, very simple. Essentially, everyone at the table, all the players and the game master, can just say, all right, what do we not want in this game? So, a line is everything that you do not want at the table at all. Nothing, right? So, there is a line, and we do not cross that line. That's the idea, right? So, you can say things like, oh, I don't want violence done toward children. Okay. And that is a line. You write it down on the lines section. Usually you can hand out a piece of paper or collect it on a common Google Word doc or something, right? Whatever works. And then you write down there and say, line, violence done toward children. Okay, and that means in the game we will not have that. We will not mention it. We will not allude to it. We will not show it. We will not talk about it. Nothing. Right? That is a line. We do not cross it. And it doesn't have to be something as triggering as that. It can even be something like, oh, I don't like the idea of people throwing up. Okay. That you can put that as a line as well. Or you can say, oh, I don't like, I don't know, it can be mundane things as well. Right? It's like that's what makes this a very personal tool. Right? Arrow, for instance, you can then say, oh, people being flirty. You can write that down there. It's like, okay, then that will not appear in game. If people then actually honor the safety tools, and if they don't honor the safety tools and don't honor people's boundaries, you might want to not hang out with them. but that's the whole point, right? Then people honor the safety tool and say, okay, we will not have this at the table. A veil is sort of like a soft line. It's like we can mention it, it can come up, but then we fade to black, or it's like off camera. Right. So you can say, all right, I'm okay with, like, if we're playing a more gritty game and a gritty medieval fantasy kind of game, you can say, all right, if torture is going to come up, I want that behind a veil. So we can mention that someone was tortured, maybe, but don't do it explicitly. Just say it happened and don't go into any details. It's behind a veil, right? Or I don't know, people cutting down trees. I'm just whatever. If for some reason you don't like that, but you can say, all right, please don't describe that. Please don't talk too much about it, just mention that it's happening. And that's okay. Right. And that's like, I can't really think of anything much. You can even put like phobia triggers in there, like spiders might be a common one, right? Or or anything that you don't want in the game, you can write it down there. And that should be a universal safety tool. It's super simple. And it's very, very explicit and obvious. And just, just use it. Lines and veils. The other safety tool is the X card. It's just you have this ad.
In enduring,
oh
grow
no.
strong.
Okay, there's an ad happening. I should have prepared for that. So yeah, sorry everyone. Do get a stretch. Actually, I do need to go to the bathroom real quick. So I will use this 3-minute time to head to the bathroom and then yeah. Get a stretch, get a drink, get something, and I will be right back. Okay, I am back. I also got a bit of food, some rice with veggies and such. All right, because it is 1 p.m. as you can see on the on-screen clock. Life check for everyone's. Oh yes, very good. Stretch, hydrate, get a snack. Yes, yes, yes. Very, very important. It's the reason I've set the ad breaks to 3 minutes. They used to be 1.5 minutes every half hour, but 1.5 minutes is too short to properly like go to the bathroom or get a snack. And every half being interrupted every half hour was a bit eh. So I now have 3 minutes every hour. That's to eliminate pre-rolls more than anything else, right? So that when people come in, that they don't get blasted with pre-roll ads, because those are annoying. I don't know when they will happen. I don't know who might be affected. This way, at the very least, I know exactly when the ads will hit, and I can pause the game. I can go on a break myself, things like that, right? So it helps me help you, help me help make the stream better, something like that. Marketing, yay! I don't know. Tiny Tina's Wonderland, they also played on the meme of D&D people trying to flirt with anyone. Oh no. Hurdy-gurdy. Oh yes! Oh, you know the hurdy-gurdy! Awesome! Not many people know it. I'm so surprised. It's always great to find people who know what it is. And more who can recognize that that is what I was trying to go for with my animation. But yes, that is a hurdy-gurdy. I actually own one, but mine doesn't look as pretty. So, yeah, that's cool that you know it. Um, it's actually also I don't know if it's possible to see, but it's on my model. It's on the back. That's the instrument that's kind of peeking out on the back of my model, kind of. It's not very visible in this position, but yeah. Trying to flirt a literal gate or some old skeleton god. Oof. I mean, the whole roll to seduce is such a meme. There's actually an entire game called that. Right, there is actually a game called Roll to Seduce. And the only roll you can make in that game is a seduce roll. And you use it on anything. If you're trying to sneak past the guard, you try to seduce the guard. If you're trying to pick a lock, you're trying to seduce the lock. If someone shoots you, you try to seduce the bullet. And it's it's that kind of game. So it's very much a meme. That yes, it is silly. It's absolutely silly, but a lot of potentially a lot of fun. And you might even, I think there is even, you can roll to seduce the GM to make the game easier on you and get certain advantages in the game and such. It's I don't know, I'll have to look at it again. It's not a big RPG, it's like 1 or 2 pages. What's off the coast didn't bother keeping up with the web enhancements for 3.5. Yeah, that's also another thing. It's like things like that just die and become lost media in a certain sense. Oh yeah. On my back, the hurdy-gurdy. I've seen it described as a lot of things. People are like, "Oh, is that a lute? Is that a mandolin? Is that what is that?" But no, it's a hurdy-gurdy. Hooked on You? It's a joke game. Hooked on You. I don't know if I actually know that game. Please do tell. Is it similar? Where you just like seduce someone constantly or so? Because that sounds equally silly. Joke on DBD. Oh, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yes, the dating sim. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Ugh. Man, the thing a creative mind can dream up. Mm. But yeah. Um, I say we've had this guy here in the game wait long enough. Let's talk to this dude and see what's going on. Schwertsche. Schwertsche. Okay. Stop where you are, pale child. Oh my goodness. Your flesh, it's all green and alive and crawling. What has done this to you? Yeah, so it's basically let me talk to you insultingly, or let me do what I want insultingly, or let me kill you insultingly. So this is lack of options in this game. Tiny Tina, she also gets upset if you refuse to flirt. Though I guess at that point making her upset could be fun in and of itself. Your flesh, it's all green and alive and crawling. What has done this to you? Foolish one, you mistake a slopsh, a blessing for a curse. Slopsh. What? What is this meager flesh in the face of such terrific beauty? It is Slumpsha who has done this to me, and you would be blessed should he grant you the same privilege. Yeah, but Slumpsha is dead. I murdered that dude. Because the game told me to. And some people here. And this game is full of these weird random encounters. Think we good on not becoming a slime? Yeah. Yeah, I might not want to become a slime. Like, this game is... Oops, that's a ghast. This game is extremely fascinating if you keep in mind the... Oh, that's a lot of ghasts. Oh, no. Oh, no, I don't want to fight them all at once. Because they paralyze you.
My blade will cut you down to size.
Okay. If you keep in mind the... Oh, goodness. The state of the tabletop role-playing during that time. Exactly. I mean, I have 4 ranged fighters. So... Okay. So it's pretty easy this way. But yeah, if you keep in mind the state of the tabletop version of this game. So when Dungeons and Dragons, or Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition came out, that was just at the breaking point, at the transition point between old school gaming. Like, old school had essentially already stopped at that point, but the game systems hadn't quite caught up to that yet. And okay, well, but the real, more modern type of narrative-based, story-based gaming hadn't really caught on yet either. And you can see how D&D or AD&D 2nd edition really is the transitionary edition. between these. So what I mean is, in more modern D&D, and you see that a lot in 5th edition games and such, the focus is very much on another exit here. There's another exit. On epic stories, right? You play longer campaigns and you play one character from level 1 to, I don't know, whatever you get to. And there are all these modules, right, that are really long, that are planned to take from level 1 to level, not 20, not quite 20, but somewhere up there, right? 12 to 15 or so. And that is... Oh.
Squeaky wheel.
Okay. Brings me back there. And that was not always the case. Right, that is more modern-ish. I say modern-ish because, again, that was already underway before the year 2000, which is a quarter century ago. But that's how we understand role-playing games nowadays, mostly, right? If we play a role-playing game, it's all about we're a party of characters, we all play this one character, and... Come on. And we tell this epic sweeping story. But before that, we had old school gaming. And old school gaming was much more about the tactical and the like exploring a dangerous world and having the world tell the story. So essentially in old school gaming, you treat the game much more like a puzzle. Again, if you think of the roots, Dungeons and Dragons, you can just say nerd stuff. Fine. Okay, that seems to be the extent of the sewers.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Because role-playing games came from war games. Talk nerdy to me. Oh, I will. I will talk nerdy for hours. So role-playing games came from war games, right? From those tabletop, like kind of sort of like Warhammer 40k. That grain of games, and then they took the squad-based combat and just said, okay, what if instead of only doing the combat, we also told some stories about everything in between? And that's how you get Dungeons and Dragons.
Yep.
And so you would still treat the entire game like an elaborate puzzle, which is what wargaming is, right? It is kind of like a puzzle. A competitive puzzle.
Let's talk more fight.
Okay. And gamesman. Oh, I was like, what is a gamesman? That's a gamesman. Right. And so you would have characters that are very easily killed. Right, so the entire world was very deadly, kind of like in a war game, right? In a war game, any individual soldier can be killed very quickly. You just roll a bunch of dice and boom, half your squad is dead, or things like that. And that didn't really change with the first few editions of Dungeons and Dragons. Characters were very fragile, and the world was very deadly, and yeah, exactly. From second edition to now, the changes are pretty big. And so you had to really move ahead carefully. You had to check for traps. You had to make sure to cover your bases. You didn't want to get into combat. That's the thing. The combat system was extremely deadly to discourage players from constantly getting into combat. Um, and so how that works is basically you have all of these systems of how do I run a dungeon. You had a dungeon crawl system, similar to a combat system. You had overland traveling system. Nightmare for Murder Hobos? Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Old D&D is, or original D&D is the antidote to Murder Hobos. And it was expected that characters would die regularly. Right? You would, like in some games, you would even have a character funnel kind of deal where every player would roll up 5 or 6 characters, and you wouldn't really give them any names or so. You would just roll a bunch of stats, roll hit points, roll some equipment, done. And then you would send this entire huge group, because every player is sending 5 or 6 characters, and then you have 4 or 5 players or so. You sent these 30 people into a dungeon. Yeah, bop number 1, bop number 2. Not even that. It's such like character A, B, C, D, and so on. And then you would run them through a dungeon, and whichever of your 5 characters survives, that's the character you start play with. And it's expected out of your 5 or 6 characters that you would lose all but 1, maybe 2 of them. Like, that was expected. That's how deadly games were back then. And then you would play this character, and that character would invariably die at some point. And it's not really, because if you go in with the correct mindset, because again, from a modern mindset of, oh, I'm playing this one character and I'm trying to tell an epic story, yeah, that's very counterproductive to have characters die all the time. But back then, remember, back then it wasn't about having an epic story that you play out. It's about the world, and the dungeon and everything is a puzzle. And the GM would roll on a whole bunch of tables to generate things in the world. And that was the story. So the story was generated as you play. And I mean, ideally, that's still how you would do it today, right? Don't write a finished story for the players to go through. Don't do that. That's not what role-playing games should be, because then the players are not participants, they are just an audience. But the mindset was very different, right? The whole idea was to be clever and figure out your way with the world. How do you deal with forgetting what your previous person did? You don't. There was no such thing as metagaming. Because of the puzzle nature of the game, there was no such thing as metagame. Right? It was all about player skill. You weren't playing the character to live through the character as much. It was a lot about player skill. Like, how do you find a trap? You have a chest there. How do you find out if the chest is trapped? There is no such thing as a search check or disable traps check. That doesn't exist in those games, right? You can't just stat check your way through a dungeon. No, you do things like, okay, let me take my water skin and pour some water along the edge of the chest. See if it seeps into any cracks. And then let me poke around in the lock a little bit. And then let me lift the lid a tiny bit and check for any wires, right, in the gap, right? And then let me stand in this position. Let me stand behind the chest and lift the lid a bit more and see what happens, right? That's how you do it. It's a puzzle, right? and that's how you would deal with things like traps. Um, and with monsters as well. It's like, okay, we listen at the door. We know there's a bunch of monsters in that room. Can we set up a battle to in our favor? Okay, so we have a flask of oil. Can we like pour this oil down on the hallway? Open the door, run back, and then set the oil on fire, or things like that. And can we grab some crates from this other room and set them up like a barricade? And things like you try everything you can to turn things in your favor, because dice rolls are your last resort. You don't want to roll dice. And so long story short, that's basically how you treated the games back then. Like, kind of like a wargaming puzzle, but instead of fighting a different army, you are fighting the dungeon. Dice means die? Usually it does, yeah, because you have very poor chances of making it. Like a wizard can have 2 hit points, and then a goblin with a short sword deals 1d6 damage. If a goblin hits you, you die. That's it. One of my characters designed a giant spatula attached to the 10-foot pole to flip chest to trigger. Yes, yes. This is why the 10-foot pole is a thing in the game. Even now, if you check the player's handbook, the 5th edition player's handbook, you will have a list of equipment in there that includes things like, I don't know exactly, but they might include things like a mirror, caltrops, a 10-foot pole, rope, a hooded lantern or so, things like that, right? And then you go, marbles, yes, marbles. And you go, why? Why are they in there? Because they have always been in there. In first, like in original Dungeons and Dragons and the old school Dungeons and Dragons, these things were vital for survival. Right? You toss out a bag of caltrops or marbles, and suddenly the fight is in your favor. If you have a mirror, you can use that to check around corners. If you have a hooded lantern, you can drop the hood and enshroud yourself in darkness so that monsters in the dungeon cannot see your light. Right? Things like that. That's why they are in there. But nowadays, everyone has dark vision. There are no more surprise rules, and PCs are expected to survive 4 or 5 battles a day. So it's a completely different mindset. So those things become basically useless. But you can see how it was a completely different game. And these Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are right on the edge of where these two attitudes started to shift. Right, from this old school game as a puzzle, a survival puzzle, to the more modern games are to tell stories. The ground stacks with bodies. Oh yeah, definitely. You should read, if you ever get the chance. There are a lot of YouTubers out there who do old school gaming, which is getting a revival, because old school gaming can be a lot of fun with updated modern rules and everything we've learned in the past 50 years in terms of role-playing games and game design. There's this old school renaissance. There's one dude, Daniel, who does the Bandit's Keep. He actually plays the old edition of Dungeons and Dragons, and he talks a lot about what's in the rule books and how the game works. And some of the rules he presents on his videos and the game examples he reads, wow, that was a completely different game back then. But yeah, so this is right where, so around the turn of the millennium is right where these attitudes started to shift. So if you look at Baldur's Gate 1, that is still kind of in the old school vein. If you look at the world map, for example, there's a lot of these single unnamed areas, right? And that is to simulate hex crawling. which is hello, okay, which is a method of overland exploration, right? Where you move from hex to hex, and then inside a hex you have some sort of landmark or something, a dungeon or something interesting happening. And all throughout traveling, you get a lot of random encounters. Oh, Awkward Pain, thank you for following. Welcome to the guild. You get random encounters, either hostile random encounters with monsters, or just more friendly random encounters with NPCs and such. But these random encounters don't really go anywhere, because all it is the GM just rolls on the table and says, "Oh, okay, they meet one dude. That dude is a farmer who is missing his dog. Okay, done." And then you have a farmer in there who's missing his dog. And then the GM is like, "But the dog is already dead. Whatever, man. I'm just rolling here." And then, the PCs just find this farmer. Or it's like, oh, it's just a traveling merchant who is on his way to Baldur's Gate. Done. And he's hurrying. Okay, so you just meet this merchant who's like, oh, I must be on my way to Baldur's Gate. Bye-bye. And that's it. That's all the interaction with that random encounter. And this game has a lot of that. A lot. Because it's trying to simulate or emulate this kind of old school gaming idea of you hex crawl, you explore all of these random areas of wilderness, and then you meet all of these strange people who all have their own stories, but the thing you get to see is essentially what a dungeon master rolled up on a table. And that's it. Right? So you get a lot of these encounters of people just saying, "Oh, you must be careful, there are bandits. Bye-bye." Or like, "Oh, I'm so sad, I lost my dog in the woods. Bye-bye." Right? You get so many of these. And then you look at Baldur's Gate 2. And Baldur's Gate 2 is all about, yo, we now have this epic sweeping story. We now have, we no longer have this wilderness exploration. Every area is story focused. We have this huge sweeping epic going through everything. A lot of things are connected. Heck, even the side quests are really big and have a lot of story to tell and have fleshed out characters, right? And you can really see exactly, like, in between those two games is where the attitude shifted, right? 1998 and 2000. That's where it shifted. So where you go from old school, random world happening around the players, and the players are just there to explore and see, right? To big story, and the player characters are definitely protagonists. Things revolve around them. And it's so fascinating if you compare the two games like this. And yeah, you can definitely listen. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my goodness, melodic button mash. Thank you. Buttons. Yes. Thank you. Very, very much appreciated. Oh my goodness. Thanks a lot. And yes, enjoy the emotes. Exactly. And again, neither of these two styles or attitudes is better or worse. They're just different. And you can kind of see that in some of the design, like old school D&D definitely designed for this more puzzly attitude. And this is where modern D&D falls flat, because modern D&D is trying to do the whole epic story attitude, but because it is working with a game that ultimately came from the old school, there's a lot of baggage in there that they can't really get rid of. Right? Things like hit points and character death. So they do a lot of things to try and patch character death, for example, because they cannot outright get rid of it. Which would serve a story game more than just saying, oh, your character dies, boom, done, story's done. And that's a very anticlimactic, unsatisfying way to end stories. Find your analysis fascinating, and as a storyteller, I'm just sitting here thinking the random encounter system has so much potential. It does. It really, really does. There are some good games out there that have a lot of tables. There is like the D30 Sandbox Companion, I believe it is called. D30 Sandbox Companion. So all the tables in there are a D30 table, not a D20 table or a D100 or something. But it's essentially a book full of tables for generating all sorts of things. Right? Landscapes, towns, people, monsters, quests, stories, whatever, weather, treasure, it's a whole book of that. And so the work has been done over the years, and it's definitely out there. Several other games also have really good random tables. Heck, you could probably look at the old Dungeons and Dragons material from the 70s and 80s. And just use what they have in there, right? Also generating content, running dungeons, running wilderness travel and such is still out there. Characters incapacitated and someone rescues and imprisons them. Yes, exactly. More modern storytelling focused games go with that route. So instead of your character dying, they are somehow removed from the current adventure some way, in a way that generates more story, right? So yeah, they're incapacitated, or they're imprisoned, or they I don't know, they panic, or go. There's a lot of different things you can do with characters like that. But just outright killing a character in a game focused on telling the stories of those characters is, yeah. Even death in the current editions doesn't necessarily mean the end, especially after level 5. Yes, it does. Actually, there are a lot of ways to avert it or to undo it. Yes. Relatively simple ways, considering. But it's still kind of in there, right? You see, it at 0 hit points, your character does death saves. That's it. We need to delay it as much as possible. Heck, 3.5 even had the whole, if you hit 0 hit points, your character is unconscious, and then if they take damage equal to negative half of their hit points or something like that, then they actually die. It's very, very convoluted, just to try and reduce the chance of characters dying. Death is just I mean, if you look at 4th edition, death really is just Once you get to level 20 or 21, you get something called an Epic Destiny, and every Epic Destiny as a class feature has you get to avoid death once per day. That's literally hard baked into the rules. And at that point, something like Raise Dead is like pocket change, really. Coming up with a story on the fly can be difficult, but also fun. Here's the thing, though. If you have a game that gives you good support for telling stories and generating stories, coming up with stories is very easy. Essentially because if you write a story, D&D 5 has -10 HP. Yes, -10. That's it. If you write a story like a book or something, you have to plan out everything, and you have to make sure all the characters have their motivations and do things that make sense, and you have to plot out and make the story exciting and such. But if you're playing a role-playing game together, everyone is a storyteller. That's another big mistake people tend to make. People tend to think the game master is the only storyteller and the players are just there for the ride. If you do that, the players aren't actually playing the game. They're just sitting in your theme park ride, marveling at all the billboards and then being bored of the school half an hour later because they can't do anything. That's called railroading. Don't do that. No, you're all playing to find out what happens. And what you do is you generate situations and then let the players loose on them. And then the players will just do things and then you just react to it. Example, Exalted Second Edition has so many interesting civilizations and characters and open-ended questions. Yes, open-ended questions and fleshed out backgrounds. Not character backgrounds, but like setting backgrounds can help a lot. Like there are some if you really want to see a game that does the whole playing to see what finds out well, look at Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark has quite a fleshed out sandbox. It's a city, right? And your characters are playing a band of scoundrels doing their scoundrelly heists, their roguish activities in this city. And it has the city quite fleshed out. You have the different districts with descriptions, you have different factions, you have like 50 factions or something, all with who leads them, what do they want, what are their allies and enemies, what problems are they currently facing, and so on. And you have some robust systems to put the gang of PCs into this world. But once that happens, the core resolution mechanic is so powerful. It is simple, but so powerful that it does the storytelling for you. Right? So the PCs might try to do something, and then you roll dice, and then the dice say, they succeed, but something bad happens, and then everyone at the table can suggest what the bad thing is that happens. Right? Of course, the GM has final say, etc. But then you go and say, "Oh, okay, but you picked this lock. You managed to pick the lock, but the click was so loud that now some of the guards are a bit suspicious. Uh-oh." Right? And then the story continues like that, and the players go, "Oh, okay. Now we have to be more quiet. So let's all go into this room and close the door again and see what we can do from there." And I don't know, let me climb out the window. Exactly, the yes and method. Straight from improv theater. Right? And a lot of the games, I mean, yes and is a great principle, but many games have that built into the rules. Many more modern games, Blades in the Dark, Apocalypse engine, like powered by the Apocalypse games, that's where this comes from. Fate. Other systems, Don't Rest Your Head, and so on, right? A lot of these systems have this yes and built straight into the rules, and it gives you enough prompts to really just do a lot of the heavy lifting for you, give you a lot of fuel for creativity. And D&D doesn't. Literally, it doesn't. It's notorious. 5th edition is notorious for not having any sort of GM support at all. So it's not an easy system to learn how to GM. There are way better, way more robust systems out there. Blades in the Dark, I will always recommend that. Give it a look. It does so many things right, and it shows you just how well a powerful, well-constructed system, how much that will just do a lot of work for you. Like, I ran a Blades in the Dark campaign on stream like a year and a half ago, and my weekly prep for each session amounted to thinking about the game for 15 minutes before stream. That's it. That was my prep. Because the game did everything for me. And with that amount of prep, I was able to run 3-hour sessions every week. Right? So it is possible to have a good system that helps you. Definitely there's other systems out there that writers use, like TV show writers say, oh, I use this role-playing game, Fate mostly, to help me write my TV show episodes. Because the game system, again, is so chock full of prompts that it just helps you with the storytelling. And so there's a lot out there, a lot possible out there, and a lot that's really being done to make gaming, I don't want to say fun, because yeah, again, fun is very individual, but to make it less of a chore. Like whenever I see people post about, oh, I'm preparing for my D&D session, I've been sitting at this for 8 hours. Like, what are you doing? Why are you preparing a 3-hour session and it takes you 8 hours to prepare? Like, if it's fun for you, okay. But if it's not, ouch, I'm sorry. You know? Heck, Matt Mercer from Critical Role has gone on record to say for every hour of gameplay, he spends 3 hours preparing. I was just like, oh my dude. I love building worlds. Yeah, same. That's a lot of fun, and it's pretty amazing. But that is something you can choose to do in addition to preparing a game, or instead of preparing a game. But if you want to play a session and your only choice is to spend hours upon hours upon hours preparing every session, then it's a lucrative career for him. Yeah, he's getting paid for it. Yes, by this point, yeah, definitely, it's his full-time job. Completely understandable. But still, it's like, if you're not getting paid for this, if you're just doing it as a hobby, spending a full-time job, like preparing, and then just spending a bit of time gaming, you're gonna burn yourself out. It should be a choice. Yeah, if you want to spend 8 hours preparing a session, awesome. You know, if you're enjoying it, go ahead. But you shouldn't have to. Right? Half an hour preparation should be enough. I'm glad there are so many systems that let it be a fun hobby. Yeah. Thanks for talking about this. You're very welcome. No, truth be told, I talk about this all the time. And I actually design games on stream. Bit of self promo. I mean, so once a week, one of my streams is where I design a role playing game, or talk about the design of role playing games on stream. And for me, it's Thursday morning, but I am in East Asia, so in the US, Canada, etc., it would be Wednesday evening. Yeah, Wednesday evening. Oh, hold on. Oh, sorry. That was my mom. She just came into the room. Yeah. Once a week, I do a tabletop workshop stream where it's mostly about rambling about game design, various topics in game design, but also things like, you know, how to think about role-playing games, how to find fun in them, how to play them, how to prepare them, what can help, you know, if you want to homebrew, if you want to find other systems. It's just topics in that general area. Looks like you typically start 8 p.m. my time, 10 p.m. for buttons. Yeah, 10 p.m. EST? Yes, 10 p.m. EST. On Wednesday evening. That is my game design stream. Yeah. Like, I am on the other side of the world, so it's never gonna be ideal. I'm hoping to eventually shift my times a little bit. But right now, like, I start at 11 a.m. my time. And that's, for my current sleeping schedule, that is fairly early. So maybe I want to see, like, it also depends on when I eventually get my job, what the working times there are, and so on. Might be able to catch at least part of them. Do you save? I do save my VODs. I upload all of my VODs on YouTube. When I get around to them. It's sometimes I'm just so exhausted after a stream I kind of forget. YouTube. Okay. I need a YouTube command. Let me write that down. You know what? Let me implement that. Yeah, the link is in about, but let me implement that right now. Thank you for reminding me. What would I do without all of you? You make my stream better, literally. Okay, let me see. Commands. Let me add a command. YouTube. Commands. YouTube or YT. Okay. Actions. Add a new command. YouTube command. Put it into the chat commands group. Okay. Source. Streamer bot. So I just use streamer bot for all of these command things. Sub actions, Twitch chat, send message to channel. Okay, I need to find out what the link to my YouTube is. But yeah, I put all of my VODs on there, and I try to put them into playlists. Whenever I can. Mind if I paste here? I don't know if you're able to send links. Hold on. You can try. I think I turned off the ability for people to send links. But all that would happen is that you might get a message saying please no links. I'm trying to find where I can permit. What did that do? Let's see if it works on screen. I'm sorry. And it deleted all of your stuff. Oh no, I didn't. Oh no. I'm sorry. Yeah, timed you out for a second. Okay, here, I found it. Permit. Okay. Now you should be able to send the link in the next. Yes, there we go. Okay. But I should have it as a message as well. Okay, there we go. Can be found. Let me change it. Can be found on YouTube. All right. Oof. Thank you for testing that, Jonty. Yeah. Stream setup is never done. If you're streaming, there's always more things to do. Always, always. But yeah. So that's where I upload all of them. The most recent ones might not be on there immediately, but I do try to get to them as soon as I can. Stream testing and setup help is one of your specialties? Ooh, okay. Okay. Well, then I appreciate it very, very much that you're helping me out right now. But yeah, ever since I discovered StreamerBot, that thing changed my life. I don't know, do you use StreamerBot? Does anyone else here use StreamerBot? I found it randomly. Because I was looking to try and do something on stream, and people said, "Yo, StreamerBot can do this," and it's been wonderful. Like heck, even all of my alerts are done with StreamerBot. It's so good. I can permanently save them as highlights. Right, yes. It's encoding overloaded. Hello, OBS? OBS just gave me an error message that encoding was overloaded. I hope the stream is still alive. Nothing happened. I guess I can. It's just faster is to upload them on YouTube. I guess it's just one click. Stream still here? Okay, good to know. An ad is going to hit soon, though. I will use that time to eat. I had this bowl of rice in front of me for an hour now. And I haven't eaten it really. I will do that in a bit. Yeah, it's rice and veggies and fried egg and some tripe. Tripe is amazing. It might not be for everyone. So tripe is, if you don't know, it is stomach lining, usually from cows or so. Like for us, I like beef tripe. So it's the inner lining of of stomach. Oh, hey. Congrats on first. Right. No one redeemed that yet. Congratulations. So, and thank you for that. Gotta love it when that happens. Yeah, it's like 3 hours into stream, someone discovers the first command and discovers that it's still up. It's like, oh hey. And I do need more redeems. Yeah. Yeah, I need to find ideas for more redeems. I had a couple more, but I had to reset a lot of them. I never think to look at those. Yeah, same. It's like I go into some streams sometimes, and for some streamers, I was like, yeah, hydrate all the time. I hydrate those streamers, and for other streamers, I just go in and lurk and forget that points are a thing. But yeah. So really, I need a sound effect for that. I need a sound effect for a bunch of these redeems. I'm still looking for good sound effects.
Endure.
Oh, there's the ad.
Enduring, grow strong.
Okay, so yeah, for those who can still see, or here, rather, go get a quick break, get, like, grab a drink, stretch. I'm going to eat some food. I'm still here, but I'm going to eat some food. This rice is kind of cold. That's okay.
Updated my journal.
Oh, hey. Ice and Shadow, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the guild. I don't know if you can hear me right now. I'll probably repeat that again after the ads are over. But yeah, being able to do this and not have pre-roll ads, I think. Nope, totally can't hear right now. Oh no, what a shame. Well, yeah, welcome, welcome. Nice to have you here. Crying shame, really. Yeah. Damn you, Twitch. Buttons recommended me. Oh. Well then, thank you for that recommendation. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Are you also into games, role-playing games or so, or game design, storytelling? Was that also an interest of yours? I did go to college for 5 years for game design. Ooh. Wow. Okay. Nice, nice. Then you might probably sit here, head in your hands, going, "What is this fool talking about?" I've never formally learned game design, to say. And ads are done. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I never formally learned game design. All I did was just read up on a lot of discussions from actual game designers. Yes, like the GDQ, GDC. That thing, GDC. You're gonna never learn game design either. Ouch. Okay. Right. Like I'm self-taught, essentially a self-taught game designer. That sounds a bit weird. No one ever says that, I guess. But like, yeah, I watch a lot of videos on game design, like conference, the game developers conference. which is actual video game developers who have their conference once a year. And there's a lot of talks on a lot of interesting subjects, and all those talks are uploaded on YouTube for free. That's an amazing resource. What was that college so I can avoid it? Yes, good point. And just, I don't know, discussing game design and doing it and for 25 years now, more or less. They did a good job, actually, other than the reason one dumb thing. Oh, okay, what was that? I'm fascinated by video game sound design, and in particular music plays into it. Yes! I have to preface this with I'm not a video game designer. Oh yeah. Yeah. If you have the link ready, then I can give you permission. Okay. Yes, GDCon, the Game Developers Conference. There's a lot of good talks on there, on a lot of different subjects. It is mainly video game design, so a lot of the things they talk about are quite technical. Things like level design is included in there, right? Different aspects of level design or mechanics design. Like, how do we get the player to do what we want them to do to actually get through the game? Things like that. But there are also some very good other talks. And then you get a couple gems. For instance, from Sid Meier. Like, there's a couple of very good guiding principles / mottos that I use. One of them is from Sid Meier, who said a game is a series of meaningful choices, or something like that. Meaningful decisions, maybe. And that is a very good, very fundamental like understanding of what is a game. Required a class for Photoshop and Illustrator, and I had taken those classes before going to the certificate classes, but apparently the art version of the classes didn't count, so I would have to take the same class. Oh no. Oh no. Chaos theory and game music. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Yeah, the idea of game music, like how does game music elevate and add to the gameplay experience? Is a big thing. Also, I didn't care to learn networking, so I dropped out and said, yeah, that's always It feels like a lot of people go to these colleges just for networking. Like that's the reason, for instance, why Harvard exists. Harvard is such a top school not because you learn good stuff there. I mean, sure, it attracts good professors and leading scientists, so sure, you learn some good stuff. But Harvard, the only reason people go there is to network. Oh, good point. I thought of social networking. Yeah, social networking, computer networking. Yeah. Good point. I just assumed. Adaptive music seems tricky to pull off properly. Yeah, it does. Computer, internet. Ah. Well, then I was completely wrong. I guess that's important for multiplayer games and such. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Didn't apply to Harvard because I didn't want to have to keep explaining to people that I didn't get into go to Harvard. Yeah. Parents bribed me into social networking. Oof. I guess a lot of the these these video game or game design courses in a college or in a school are there to teach you everything. Which, fair enough if you are going to design a game by yourself or if you're going to run a studio, it helps to know what every department does and what every department is capable of. That's not necessarily the goal of everyone who wants to go into game design. Like, I got a Wii U and made a lot of friends who never talk to me anymore, so ah. Well, at least you had. Look at it as practice, I guess. How to talk to people. It's like for me, I don't know how to design and develop a video game. I don't. I never learned it. I picked up some things here and there because when you learn how to design tabletop games, you learn a lot of transferable skills that also apply to video games. But there are a lot of things video game designers and developers talk about where I just go, oh, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that existed. And it's interesting to learn about, but I'm just, I don't know. I don't know about it. But tabletop games, that's basically what I've been doing this whole time. So I'm a lot more well-versed on that. And that's okay. I'm not looking to design video games anytime soon. And if I do, I will just have to learn, I guess. So, Number one tip for anyone who wants to become a game designer of any sort: play games. Play lots and lots and lots of games. All types of games. And so, it's the number one tip. Okay. Let's talk to this guy. We've been having him stand here for an hour. He's been very patient. But let's talk to this guy. Potentially murder him because he poisoned us. We need his antidote.
Stupid saps. They'll never know what hit them.
I need to call it a night. It's awesome. Have a great rest of the stream, etc. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for being here. And thanks again for the sub. It was awesome meeting you. Game design is basically, and yeah, have a great night. Melodic button mash. Game design is basically all just purely remixing these days anyway. Yeah, a lot of the work has been done. Right? There's been a lot of games made, a lot of things that have been tried out. So a lot of it is taking bits and pieces of other games and remixing them. Yeah, good night. Have the very best of nights. I also need to go to sleep, unfortunately, but nice to meet you. Yeah, same. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for the follow, and have a great night as well. Happy time zones, exactly. Thank you for being here. It was a lot of fun. Talking about these things is kind of what I do. Which is why I barely get any gaming done. But, Find what works and mash together to one Frankenstein monster of creation? Yes. Right, but yeah, good night. Anyone who needs to head to bed, if it's late for you, yeah, good night. Sweet dreams, and I hope to see you again soon. Alright. So yeah, this dude, Marek, poisoned us somehow in our sleep. And he has part of the antidote. So we need to murder him. So you've come, I assume, to take the antidote. All you're going to accomplish is to hasten your death, but I think that isn't the foremost worry you have at the moment.
Go for the eyes.
Actually, you're gonna die right now. Ta-da! Okay. Let's see, what does he have? He has some nice potions.
Can I help you?
You're a queer fellow.
Okay, what is... Yes, I am. What is this? Marek's Potion of Antidote. Potion of Master Thievery. Sorry. So many body parts. Yeah. Every now and then, someone explodes when you kill them. I think it's like the gore setting or so. When the final hit is a crit or deals enough damage or something along those lines. Heart of the Golem, another one? They just explode. So sorry to the innkeeper. Likely a crit? Yeah. I don't think I have... Yeah, I don't have attack rolls in the I could actually have attack rolls in the text. Gameplay... Feedback... 2-hit rolls. There we go. Now it'll show them. Not retroactively, but okay.
Cool ones.
Yep.
So...
You rang?
Interestingly, there's 1 antidote here and 10 antidotes there. Do I drink them? I don't know. What if I just kind of sit around and let the poison do its thing? Am I just gonna die at one point? That'll be interesting.
Yes?
Okay, I get to level up though. I leveled up as a mage. So, oh yeah, this is my character. A half-elf fighter mage. And this is old school multi-classing, so I'm leveling both up at the same time, right? All the experience I gain is split evenly between those two. So that's how old school multi-classing works. What is clairvoyance? Let me grab this one so I can discover areas. Okay, I'm done with that. Okay. What other quests do I have?
Butt kicking for goodness!
Is it here? Yes.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick!
Okay. I'm a bit lost on what to do. Like, the game's quest log descriptions are not super detailed. They're just saying, these people exist. Find them. Save. Yeah, I am constantly quick saving. And the game does have 4 quick saves. It did say the poison takes like a week to act or so.
Yes?
What can I do for you? I could just outright say, yo, you're doing sus things. I want to ask you some questions about your recent business decisions. Some of people find them very questionable. I'm sorry, but I'm in a real hurry. Please don't bother me. Not until you answer some questions. Listen here. There have been some strange things happening about the Seven Sons, but I'd rather not talk about it. Everybody I know has been acting really strange of late. I've seen some of the other merchants change faces when they thought I wasn't looking. Yes, you heard me right. They changed faces. Some sort of shapeshifters have infiltrated the Seven Sons. Ooh, okay. If I were you, I'd get out of here while there's still time. That's what I'm planning to do. Ah! Okay, so I have to investigate this.
Alone, will ya? Nothing for you here.
So you have come to visit the Seven Sons, have you? Yes, I've got your face now, but not your name. Oh, that's a double entendre, isn't it? I got your face. Because I'm a shapeshifter. I am Fulio Dysplasius, destroyer of the Seven Sons. Rawr! What does this do? Exactly. Have your jest, then. It'll take more Fulios than you to destroy the Seven Sons.
Leave us alone, will ya? Nothing for you here.
Still you pester us. Do you have no shame? Explain yourself. To be called shameless by a merchant, tell me, how does that differ from the sarcasm of a bard who compliments her drunken patron on the quality of his voice? Ah! Your wit shall be your coffin and every jest a nail. Come, my brothers. If they have not found us out by now, it will not take them long. We should not suffer fools so gladly when so much is at stake. Oh, is a doppelganger. So I just talked to him a couple times, make some bad jokes, and then he just attacks me. Okay. Nice.
Cool one, sir. Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Okay, what's upstairs?
For the fallen!
I guess I'm just murdering my way through here now. This is usually the solution to anything. You just murder your way through things. And that's it. A frightened merchant inside the Seven Sons building says the Seven Sons has been infiltrated by shapeshifters. Except I just murdered all of them.
Full plate and
oh wait, what is this? Another door? Who are you, Jusso? Ooh, a scroll.
What is it this time?
You point, I punch.
Was it? Yeah, okay, critical hit. There we go. Attack roll 20 plus 5 critical hit. Takes 26 slashing damage. Death. And then they explode. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Less talk, more fight.
Who are you?
For goodness.
Come to torment me some more, you shape-shifting bastards.
It is. I think you can turn it off, but it's a fun little diversion. Well, you'll get naught from me this day, not a cry of pain nor the knowledge in my noggin. Get away from me, shapeshifter scum. We're not the shapeshifter you speak of. We're friends sent by Scar to see what's been going on wrong here at the Seven Sons. Who are you? It's like, ha ha ha, we've come to torture you. I love how silly this game is. You can just be like, ha ha ha, you're right. We're here to torture you. You know Scar? I'm Jasso, a friend of his, and the owner of the Seven Sons. You have to help me get out of here. It's good that we found you. Now we can find out what's been going on here. Before we take you anywhere, could you tell us what's been going on? Those creatures, the shapeshifters, started infiltrating the Seven Sons some months ago. They must have started with some of the less important members of my coster. Eventually they captured me, and their leader took my face. They've been keeping me alive in order to gain information that they need through torture. I don't know what their purpose is, but they have been running my business very poorly. All of you will be well rewarded for rescuing me. When you meet Scar again, he will give you my reward. I must be off now, as there is much of the monster's work to be undone. I assume you've dealt with the other monsters upstairs. If you haven't, I'll get the Flaming Fist to clear out the rest. Okay, so I just murder everyone anyway. Okay. It'll probably be weeks before we can clean out their stench. Ta-da! Can loot this, but there's nothing here to loot. Okay. This is a gem. Anything else? No? Okay.
Who wants some?
I'm gone.
Ooh. Magical spear. I'll take that. Ooh. That's... Oh!
So many places I would rather be.
A lot of good loot. Dang.
You point, full plate and packing steel. Squeaky
Okay.
gets the kick.
Jackpot? Not
Full
quite, but
plate
yeah.
and
Who are
packing
you? You there. Before you go causing any more trouble, I must insist that you seek an audience with Scar if you haven't already. Why should I? Are you going to make me? If he wishes, then I will speak with him. Where is he? It is wise for you to seek the sanction of the Flaming Fist. Scar awaits you at the Flaming Fist headquarters in the southwest quadrant of the city. Okay, now that we know that the city is split into a 3x3 grid, I'm already in the southwest quadrant. What are you talking about?
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Hello? As a potion. More stuff. Gems and rings. Nice. What is this? It's a potion of Hill Giant Strength. Ooh, not bad. But yeah, essentially how the giant strengths work is every type of giant, every tier of giant has one more strength point. So Hill Giant I think is 19. Stone Giant is 20. The Fire Giant is 21. Frost Giant is 22. Storm Giant is 23 or something like that. And Cloud Giant is 24. So you get all of these very exact numbers.
I am a man of my word.
Glad to see you have returned. What news do you bring me? We didn't learn anything, sorry. Doppelgangers have taken over many of the higher echelons of the coster. The monsters are all dead now, slain by us. You've slain some doppelgangers? Fantastic. I suppose Laola has already lectured you on the difference between sanction and rogue actions, eh? Well, you and I know these things can't always go by the book. Did you come across Jasso? Is he alive? I don't actually think I saw... Yes, he is. What is this? Alive and well. Jasso is back in control of the business. I'm impressed. You're as good as your word and obviously very deadly in your work. I'll give you the wage you deserve. Triple our original agreement. What? How do you have this? How can you just triple the amount? How do you have access to funds like that? I want to keep in touch with you, especially if the Iron Throne is up to what you say it is. I just had a thought. What if the Jasso we rescued is also a doppelganger? And he's just been fooling us. Reputation increased by 2. Holy heck. 6,000 gold, 5,000 experience. Nice. And this experience, by the way, is not split. I was thinking that the entire time. That you are smarter than me. I mean, some of the things he said seem genuine, but you never know. I have another job you might be interested in. You'll be well paid for your services. Care to hear more? We're always interested in more work. What does it entail? As soon as doppelgangers are involved, I never trust anyone. That is actually a very wise stance to take. Like, everyone is now a traitor. That's why you make a code word way before you have the chance of running into doppelgangers, like a passphrase. The problem is this. Every night, people have been disappearing from the streets of the city. Deep Space Nine went over those sorts of things fairly well. I've never actually watched that. I probably should. I haven't watched enough Star Trek. I watched some of the original series and some of Voyager, but that's about it. I need to find out. Like I need to watch more of it. My men have been scouring the city trying to find the culprit, but so far to no avail. People have begun to get scared, and very few are willing to leave their homes at night. Isn't there usually a curfew on cities, though? In medieval cities, you typically had a curfew. Just in general. So, heyo! Hello, Capsize. How are you doing? Nice to have you here. TNG and DSI in our peak. Okay. Those are the two I haven't watched. Safe for work, Baldur. Oh yes, this is the safe for work version. Oof. I haven't actually played Baldur's Gate 3, and so far I've managed to stay relatively spoiler free, so I'm happy about that. It was difficult because everyone and their toaster was posting about Baldur's Gate 3. So it was difficult to actually stay spoiler free completely. There. Yeah. Okay, I'll back to her. But yeah, I do know that there's some not safe for work stuff in there. DS9 is super worthwhile since them being on a station means a lot of universe development and continuing stories. Ah, okay. Playing BG3 makes me want to replay the older games, so they are not needed at all to play the third game. Yeah. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3, I think they only took that name, well, for one, because they go back to the city, sure, but also to kind of bank on the popularity of the first two games. But then again, there were 20 years between Baldur's Gate 2 and Baldur's Gate 3, right? So and I mean, I grew up with these games. Baldur's Gate 2 was the one game that got me into computer RPGs. So, not a lot of people sadly know these games nowadays. So it's same? Yeah. And it's, yeah, there's Baldur's Gate 3, and there's like Fallout 4. Right? But what about the old ones? And the old ones are freakishly amazing. And I want to play them all on stream eventually. like Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, Fallout 1 and 2, Icewind Dale. My absolute favorite one, Planescape Torment. Like, holy heck. Like, that game basically, no one knows that exists. Nobody knows it. But it is my absolute favorite game. It's so good. I really want to share that with people. So and even newer ones like Neverwinter Nights, even though that one is also almost 20 years old by this point. I have played Escape Torment on GOG, I think, but I haven't played it. It is so brilliant. It's not perfect, right? It uses the same AD&D rule set, and it's not super fitting. But holy heck, is it an amazing story! Like, for a long time, like 20 years ago, for example, when video games were still viewed very skeptically by society at large, and where the video games industry wasn't yet the most profitable industry in the entire world, or like entertainment industry in the entire world, people were saying, are games art, or are they toys, right? Because books are art, music is art, paintings are art, right? Are video games art? Hold on, I have to close the door real quick. And 20 years ago, a lot of people were saying video games are a passing fad. It's basement dwelling neckbeard nerds who play them, and that's it. It's not the multi-billion-dollar industry it is today, right? And then back then, one of the major games people kept bringing up to say, no, video games can be art, was Planescape Torment. Like, you look at Planescape Torment and you say, this is art. It proves that video games can stand in line with books and songs or music and paintings and sculptures and all the other things we have that we films, right, that we recognize as art. And that was 20 years ago. That was the discussion. Nowadays, sure, there's so many examples, and the fact that video games are art is no longer as contentious. It's still being debated. Some people still don't believe it, but it's no longer as contentious and ornery a discussion point as it was in the early 2000s. But Planescape Torment paved the way for people to say, yes, no, video games are indeed art. So it's, yeah. If you get the chance to play it, I highly suggest you do. If you enjoy computer role playing games like this in general, right, like Fallout, Baldur's Gate, and so the older school video games, then Planescape Torment is likely going to be a treat. You have to, like any art, you have to be willing to engage with it, right? It's not a mindless shooter or like a Zen-like puzzle game where you just switch off your brain and just breeze through it and have it as a form of entertainment. It's not like that. You have to engage with it on its level. But if you do, oh my god. Like, after I finished that game, I was just sitting there going, holy heck, what did I just experience? I was just sitting there stunned for a good while. Like, wow. This is making me feel all the things right now. So yeah, that's why it's my absolute favorite game of all time. Even after, like, when did I start playing video games? I started playing video games with Age of Empires, all the way back in like 1998 or so. That's when I started playing video games, and I've never stopped. And then all this time, Planescape Torment, my favorite game. Wololo, yes, exactly. All of the Wololo. Mm. Okay. This dude wants us to investigate something. Da-da-da, people have been scared to leave their homes at night. Yes, right. Something has to be done, and quickly. Would you be willing to take the job? I'd pay you 300 gold in advance with a 1,000 gold bonus if you discover what's been happening with the disappearing citizens. What do you say? You agree to your terms. Is that the bodies I found in the sewer? Is that what's happening? Oh, AoE 1 was released October 1997. Yeah, okay. Okay. So that was the first game we got. Well, I didn't play it right then, but we got a computer, Windows 98, I believe, which of course was also not released in 98. But that was like our family computer. And the one game I had on there was Age of Empires 1. And then shortly after that, Diablo 1. So, the big classics. This might date me, but the first game I played was Pong on Atari and Gold Miner for computer. Ooh. Oof. That's old school. Pong. I've never played Pong. Like, okay, Age of Empires was the first game I owned. My dad had an old work laptop that was like 15 kilos or something. That ran on DOS only. And it had a handful of very simple games on there. Like a game where you had to guide an ant through a maze, for example. And my grandpa had a really old Mac where I could play some games on there. Like his Mac, I still remember, his Mac was so old. The hard drive space was less than the RAM on my laptop that I brought to his place. That's how old his Mac was. Back then I thought it was peak and you couldn't get any better. Yeah, how the times have changed. It's crazy how far we've come. And how we're just stuck in a way, right? Now we have quadruple A games that cost $70 and deliver nothing. Yay, games industry. Tetris, yeah. Also a good classic. Back then they said that like 50 kV was more room than any computer would need. Yeah. I still remember writing my homework on a computer and saving it on a floppy drive. I played the original Prince of Persia on my dad's Mac. I haven't played it, but I watched a friend play it. Right? So back then, it was all we would go to a friend's place, like the parents would meet up and they would all have children roughly the same age, and then you'd go to the family computer and play things like Prince of Persia or Lemmings. Those were the times. So yeah, that was good old times. We're all so old. Nowadays, kids don't even know what a folder is. It's sad. Alright, what does this guy got to say to us? Your job is really simple. All I want you to do is patrol the east of the city. Find an entrance to the sewers. Perhaps you'll get lucky and find out what's been happening. Just did the sewers, but okay. If you do find out what's been happening, come see me at the Flaming Fist Barracks. Our only clue so far has led us to the sewers, so if you want to explore them first, it would probably be a good idea. Also, we found tracks of some many-legged creature, perhaps a centipede-like monster. That sounds like a carrion crawler. But okay.
Full plate and packing steel.
So it seems that the sewers are only in the... Oh no, there's an entrance to the sewers right here. What are you? Boy. So there's the spiders.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Like, there's a bunch of dead bodies in here. But that doesn't explain what happened. Okay.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick!
Another exit here, another exit here. Where does this one lead us? That was my mouse. I need a new mouse, I think. The buttons on my mouse are no longer good. Sometimes when I click them, it doesn't register. Sometimes when I click them, it registers them like two or three times. So... These are the cleanest sewers you've ever seen? Yeah, actually, come to think of it. These are some remarkably well-kept sewers. They're also gigantic. Carrion crawler, what did I say? That's usually what you get inside sewers. The actual sewage is only in this little channel. And then you get this huge, like, two shores, two edges to each. It's like, that's, wow. More carrion crawlers. Okay, step back. I don't want to be too far in the front because carrion crawlers can paralyze you. They hit you. Which luckily did not happen. Are you also able to take apart your mouse and cleaner, perhaps? Oh, good question. I've never tried that before. I will have to check if there are any screws or so. I don't see any, but there might be screws underneath pads. Underneath the pads and such. Huh. It's a good point. I can check. If cleaning the mouse might help. I'll have to see. Alright, that's definitely something to look into. Thank you for the suggestion. There's a dead end. It's a bit ironic in this game. Big stream support indeed. Jaunty, the hotline. Streamer hotline or something, I don't know. It's a bit ironic. I mean, this game is called... No, the game runs on Dungeons and Dragons, right? So you think you would have Dungeons and Dragons in this game. There are no dragons in this game, so... Okay. And yes, this is a dungeon, but it's labeled sewers. There are actual dungeons in the game, but the actual dungeons are horrible. Like this dungeon has the sewers, right? Has sort of an interesting layout with some hallways, some rooms where you can have encounters and such. Horrible in what sense? Horrible in the sense that they are not dungeons like we understand them to be, right? Corridors that connect rooms and you have different areas in them. They are mazes. That's all they are. It's just essentially a whole bunch of corridors with no rooms in them. Everything looks exactly the same. All the walls are exactly the same. All the floors are exactly the same. You can't really tell if this is supposed to be a room or a slightly wider corridor. And worst of all, this is relatively narrow, right? My party cannot stand in this. Well, they kind of can in this relatively, like in this two-a-side formation, right? They can just kind of do that. The actual dungeons in the game have corridors that are like a third of the width. And because of the isometric view, you cannot see anything in there. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. Oh, hey! Oh, some puny surface dwellers have come to their death. It'll just be extra treasure for my collection. My pets have been causing much anguish in your surface realms, haven't they? They have been so useful at collecting the surface pinklings. My pets use the flesh for food, and I get the pretty treasure. My pets, kill these intruders! Okay, that's a lot of carrion crawlers here. Plus a mage. Okay. But yeah, it's... And those are the only places that are actually labeled, like, dungeon. In fact, they were dungeons from the expansion, I believe. Or they're, like, specifically put there to function as one. So it's really strange, like, the decisions that they put in there. Uh-oh. Okay, confusion. The hero is confused. Where are you? What are you? You are a warg. What are there? Okay. Get away from Jahira because she's confused. I don't want her attacking me. So you can also see that this game had a handful of growing pains that get resolved in the second game. The second game is like took all of the mistakes that the first game made and learned from them very much. Like the dungeons in Baldur's Gate 2, and there are a lot of dungeons, are fascinating. They're so well designed. Every dungeon, well, every major dungeon, of course, there are a handful of small,
Perhaps this group
smaller, insignificant ones. But all the major dungeons are all unique. They all have a theme to them. You can, like, they're very memorable, interesting layouts, very clear, like, rooms and corridors and such, and interesting encounters and puzzles. There's a lot going on. So they definitely improved on that. In fact, the entire first chapter of Baldur's Gate 2 is one big dungeon. So that tells you a bit of what they focus on improving. Was that it? I think that was it. Let me just explore the paths, see that I don't miss anything.
What you want? This way.
Yep. Okay.
Let's talk butt kicking for goodness.
Where does this lead?
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Okay. Can I go up?
Full plate and packing
I can.
steel.
Okay, so I should
Kicking for goodness.
go back. I think I solved this, right? It was the Ogre Mage and his Carrion Crawler herd. So I can go back to Scar and tell him, yo, I solved your sewer problem. Not bad, we're getting a couple quests done.
Squeaky wheel.
I am a man of my word.
Good to see you again. How are things gone? We learned that an ogre mage holed up in the sewers was responsible for all the disappearances. He had several carrion crawlers that would steal out at night to carry off random victims. Crawlers used their hapless prey as food, while the ogre mage took any valuables they might have. Sleep calls to me. Have a good rest of stream. Take care and stay safe. Yeah, thank you for being here. And you have a great night, Jaunty. Thanks for all the help. And yeah, sweet dreams, and I hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye. How long have I been going? 4 hours. I'll have to see how long I'll keep going as well. But yeah, thank you for being here. Good night, Jaunty. Yeah, I'll just explain to him what happened. You've done a good job and earned your bonus in full. Do you have any of the items possessed by the ogre's victims? I'm sure their families will like to have something to remember their loved ones. We know for a fact that the Sashanstar family lost a daughter to those creatures. She had a signet ring, a ring inset with a ruby. Sure, yes, we'll happily return it. Thank you for your honesty. I'll throw in a 3,000 gold bonus for the return of the items. So I just get some money. Anyway, I'm going to need some people to do some investigating of the Iron Throne. I'm just going to finish up some paperwork, then I'll be just outside the main doors of the Flaming Fist compound. If you wish to discuss the Iron Throne, just come talk to me there.
You point, I punch.
Okay, so I only lost that one ring, I guess. Which, nice. I didn't lose this, I didn't lose the potions. Okay. So yeah.
Butt kicking for less top. Squeaky wheel gets the
Okay, can I explore this?
What do you need?
Velos, who are you? What's your business here? We're here to see Scar. Been told to expect you. He's either just down the hall or outside the entrance. He's been waiting for someone to talk to you. Oh, he's been waiting some time to talk to you. You should speak with him soon. What is this?
Yep. This way.
Underground barracks?
Cool. Butt
It's the
kicking
storage
for
place,
goodness.
okay.
Over here. Butt kicking for goodness.
Oh, this is just a lot of prison cells. This isn't a headquarters, this is a prison. What? Look at this. So many cells. This door, I can't even open this door. Okay. Fine. So I guess when I start investigating the Iron Throne, that's when I head into chapter 6. So let's see if there's any other stuff I can finish first. Who are you? TX. I don't know where those two people are. Okay. Let me sell some stuff then. General store. Let's check it out. Thermometer.
I care this way.
You point, squeaky wheel gets
Okay.
the kick.
I guess though most of these stores don't have good stuff. They're just there.
Welcome to my humble establishment.
Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. It's not great, but you know, it's something. Look at that. A dagger plus 1 I can sell for 75 gold. That's worth nothing. Oof. But okay, ads are going to appear soon. I do see that. So I will take that chance to finish my food. Look at that. It's doing double clicks.
In enduring, grow strong.
Okay, let me finish my food. For now. Same, like if you need to like use this chance to take a quick break, you know, get up, have a stretch, etc., etc. Grab a drink of water or whatever your preferred beverage or beverage of choice is. Yes, and the stretch. Thank you, Capsize. Oof. The heart of the golem. I was fighting shapeshifters and I have a sword against shapeshifters. But I didn't need it, so what is this? I also need to recharge my identify spells.
Clear, fellow.
So, let's see. Some arrows. Let me just do the inventory management part. Oh no! He's been using the special arrows. Oh well. Can sell one of these. I'm not gonna fight that many shapeshifters, so it's pointless just lugging a sword like that around. Alright, welcome back everyone.
Business has been poor, what with the iron shortage.
I've just been doing some inventory management. Getting ready to sell some stuff.
Less talk, more fight. You point, I punch.
So I need to identify some things. Quite a lot of things.
Less bowl plate and packing steel. Wheel gets the kick.
Tavern and inn. There's a lot of these generic taverns and inns around. Let's just go to one.
Hello?
Who are you? Your party is free of the taint of evil. Please pass unmolested. You just go around judging people?
You've a task?
Dude? Get a life? That dude is... Is that what they call terminally online? Is he like a Twitter blue checker or something?
What?
Seems like it. Yeah, exactly, right? I use up all of my healing spells.
Cool, but Squeaky Wheel gets the kick.
We can always tell type. Yes.
You want some whiskey?
Okay. Rent a room. Now can I identify a handful more things? Yeah, Venture's robe. Let me identify the spear. Spear +1, just the normal spear +1, okay. I mean, it looks pretty cool, but eh. Another wand of magic missiles. What is this? Protector of the Dryads +2. That sounds fancy. It's always an orc logging encampment. Like, orcs love to log. In order to protect their community from an encroaching orc logging encampment, the hero Hannibal the White was given this magnificent bow by the Dryads of Gulfmere Forest. A deadly confrontation followed when the loggers dared to try and cut down the great oak tree, nearly killing the Dryad linked to it. With the help of powerful forest animals, Hannibal slew entire bands of orcs before any more damage was inflicted upon the wood. The orcs were forced to abandon their plans, lest they suffer the continued wrath of Hannibal and the forest. Hannibal? Really? I only just realized that. Needless to say, the hero who aided the Grateful Dryads lived very happily ever after. Really, game? Really? You went there? There's a short bow +2 effectively. Okay. Awesome. Give it to Imoen, so now she has a short bow +2 instead of a +1. Nice. So longbow +1. Those are dead shot +2. That's all the bow users in my group. Okay. What else can I identify anything more? I think that was it. 3 spells for now.
You point, I punch.
Nature's servant awaits.
Let me heal up some more.
Less talk, more fight.
Okay.
Full plate and packing steel.
One more rest.
Uh-huh. You rang?
Come on. Right click, please. All right. What are these? Oh. It's just a +1. Okay. Scimitar +1. Curse scroll of petrifaction. So many curse scrolls.
Cool. Butt kicking for goodness.
But okay.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
There is a better place to try and sell stuff, I believe. Where I might also be able to sell the scrolls and such. The thing is, though, there's more stuff up here. Right, I forgot. I could go there. Went here. Yeah.
Butt kicking for goodness.
Sorceress sundries. The thing is, though, I was warned.
Full plate and packing steel.
All right. Once my lock of dryads here. There we go. Okay, no one will buy the cursed scrolls. Kind of makes sense. So just get rid of it. Nice. Okay. I tried. Okay. So, this is the enhanced edition of the game, and so it runs on the Baldur's Gate 2 engine, with all of the like highlighting the interactable objects, for instance, as part of the Baldur's Gate 2 engine. Several quality of life improvements as well, and just other stuff like this NPC that I have in my party is also from the enhanced edition, etc., etc. And they made an intermediary chapter between Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. That kind of connects the two stories slightly. And yeah, it's called Siege of Dragonspear. It's essentially a fan-made expansion, but you know, why not? And I was warned that when you get into Siege of Dragonspear, very early on in the game, you will lose all of the gold you have, but not the items you have. The difference between enhanced was... Oh, okay. So enhanced is basically... Mostly it's a technical upgrade, right? So I am playing on a 1440 monitor. The old game was nowhere near as big, right? And the menu bar, like the side bars and menus and everything, would have pushed way further into the screen, and the playing area was a lot tinier and such. So it's mainly a technical upgrade so that it can run on modern machines on modern resolutions and such. For Baldur's Gate 1, they also took a lot of the enhancements that Baldur's Gate 2 brought in, like class kits, which is like subclasses in a way, and like the whole highlight interactable objects, and so on. So they brought a lot of that into Baldur's Gate 1 as well. They added a bit of side content. I think they also did like bug fixes, you know, patched up a bit of the missing content and so on and so forth. A lot of the fan patches that were made got integrated into the enhanced edition. Things like that. And So yeah, mostly it's a tech update, especially for Baldur's Gate 2. And then there's a handful more NPCs, bug fixes, that kind of thing. They also have an extra game mode in there, which is just you have a party and then you just run through a combat encounters of increasing difficulty called the Black Pits. Which, you know, if you're into the tactical side of Baldur's Gate combat, that's amazing for you. And then they release an interquel, Siege of Dragonspear, which connects Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, kind of. But yeah, I was warned. One of the first things in Siege of Dragonspear is that you will lose all of your gold. But if you manage to convert all of your gold into items, right, you just go on a shopping spree, for example, those you can keep. So I need to keep that in mind. I have like, what, 80,000 gold I need to take care of? Which, okay. It's a lot. Okay, Archeon and Nenfre. Will the game let me know where they are? I have no idea. Archeon and Nenfre.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Okay, this tavern is named. Why? What's gonna happen here? Let me see. Let me.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Nathan Shep? Who are you? You stink like the adventuring rogues that you are. And you have the stench about you of a peasant knave. Now I ask you, which of us smells the sweeter? Sweetness is best judged by those around you. My cows and horses know my scent and snuggle close to share it. But you surround yourself with monsters and they crowd close only to extinguish your fetid wafts and purge them with a slow turn on the spit. Aye, then there be firm proof that between our two stenches, mine be far more the tolerable. Good to know, dude. Okay, who are you? Stop running around.
Nasty times are coming, I reckon.
Okay. You steal money? I just heard the... Okay. How much money do I have? 8520.
Nasty times are coming, I reckon.
Less talk, more fight.
Okay, I don't know.
Squeaky wheel gets cool. Butt kicking for goodness.
That's billiard? That's amazing. Holy heck.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
So, Calantrin? Who are all these people? Holy heck.
What you want? I'm gone.
Goal of What? Why is there this thing here?
You point, I punch.
What is this?
Hello.
Hello. I trust your stay will be a restful one. We serve as a refuge away from the hectic life on the road. The plains, this is just what I need. Roll up the kegs, it's time to unwind. It's true, we are well stocked if you wish a drink or two, but I would advise you not to overindulge. I should hate for our short acquaintance to end with me turning you out on the street. Okay. You have a very fancy name for someone who doesn't do much. Like, this game sends very mixed messages. It's like, who is important, who isn't, and what do people do? It's a bit difficult to navigate. Which is another thing they fix in Baldur's Gate 2. This game is... Yeah, sending mixed message signals, or sending mixed signals is, I think, a good way to put it.
Well, I never.
How dare you barge into my room? I will have you leave at once. Wait, perhaps you are the type of people who can help me. I'm in need of someone to perform a service for me. I need someone removed. You wish someone disposed of? I'll not have a part in the killing of innocents. Why should he deserve death? This scoundrel is no innocent. He threatens to ruin my life with the spreading of accusations. He threatens to ruin my reputation and standing unless I pay him an exorbitant sum almost weekly. I beg of thee, you must help me. Never thought of it like that. Ah. Yeah, this game does that a lot. Like, if it happens once or twice, you don't notice it, necessarily. But because it happens all the time, right, it becomes a pattern you pick up on. It's like, a game like this in general, like, how do you communicate to a player that this NPC is worth talking to and that NPC isn't? Well, names are very simple, right? I think my issues, I usually talk to basically everyone. Okay, fair. But it's also the naming scheme. Like, if you have a whole bunch of NPCs just named Commoner, or Bar Patron, or whatever, right? If you just have these generic titles for a lot of NPC names, and then suddenly you have someone with a name there and with a slightly more unique model, then you think, okay, this person must be worth talking to, right? The game is communicating to me that I should interact with this person. And then you walk up to them, and they don't do much. Like, sure, they have some dialogue, but the dialogue is like one exchange, and that's it. Right? Then you go, okay. I mean, sure, those things add flavor, but you could have spent that spectacle load on someone more important, if that makes sense. Hey, I'm on. Good morning. Yeah, how are you doing? Hello, nice to have you. How goes it? We are doing some of the Baldur's Gates. Right, like, this lady has a more unique model, has a name, and it's like, okay, she gives you a quest. Fine. The lady downstairs was like, she has a first and last name, and a pretty exotic one at that, and an interesting model that is very different. Like, it's bright yellow, right? It's very attention grabbing, very different from all the commoners and grays and browns. They're like, okay, that lady must be important somehow. And then it turns out she's not. So it's a strange communication, right? You can no longer trust that kind of communication that the game is trying to give you. Same with that halfling that was running around, Bellamy, right? It's, you talk to that person and it's just, yo, I have one line to say, done. I have a great mood because I got my documents for the IT education sorted out. Ooh! Got the green light, starts next month. Congratulations! Very, very nice. Very exciting. It might have been why you get used to talking to everyone, but I never thought about it. I mean, it's totally fair, right? And this is part of game design, right? It's using visual communication in game design. It's the same kind of debate that pops up on Twitter and such every now and then of people complaining, oh, why are things painted yellow? Why is this ladder painted yellow? Why is this door marked yellow? Can I not see that it's a door? No. No, the game needs to communicate with you that this is something you can interact with. So it needs to mark it somehow. Right? It's the same idea. And since every NPC is essentially highlightable and clickable in this game, you need to communicate in some other way that this NPC is worth talking to and that NPC has nothing to say. Right? It's the visual language of the game. And the visual language in this game is very all over the place. This weekend was planned a Starfinder and D&D session, but the internet provider from the DM had a network problem. That sucks. Yeah, that like if it's something you cannot prevent or not cannot, it's something that's not your fault, but that just destroys a session like this. Well, hopefully it'll work next weekend. Yeah, Starfinder sounds interesting. I've never played it. I've only read a bit of it, but sounds interesting. Upside is that I have more time to write for the book my character's healing has. That's good. If he is a weekly drain on your finance, you must be willing to invest heavily in his removal. What will be my reward? You are very blunt, but I suppose that is to be expected. If gold is that much of a concern to you, you shall have it in abundance. I shall pay you 2,000 gold for your trouble. His name is Serdamak, and he frequents the Elf Song Tavern. I've heard it is a rough place, and one would likely commit the deed even in the main room with nary a guard called. Please hurry. Sure. I will bring you his head. It's like, I am no bloodthirsty monster. What use would I have for such a grisly trophy? Just do the job and leave all his parts at the scene. Okay, let's see if we can actually talk to Serdamak first.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
I played it 2 times. Oh, that's 2 times more than me. Did you like it? Did you enjoy it? I've heard some people say that the translation of the Pathfinder mechanics to sci-fi is a bit clunky here and there, but I don't know. Like I said, I've never played it. Can only imagine someone bringing their head back. Catch, right? I think it's just a bloody head. I found it funny to play the android medic with a puppet theme. Oh, okay. I mean, I like that they did manage to really branch out and do some weird things with the classes and such.
Hello. I mean, hello.
Might I have a moment of your time? Oh, this is exciting, isn't it? Oh, wait, you wouldn't think so. You're probably used to it. Gray Matter uses his intern nanorobots for his class mechanic. Ah, nice. Yes, well, you, how do I approach this? You are for hire? I mean, I need a job done. Get my intent? A job done. Strictly hush-hush, I believe you would say. Am I to understand that you intend me to do something I would not be proud to speak of? All I want is the acquisition of an item currently in the possession of someone else. It's not as though it's stealing. Well, actually, it's a lot like stealing. Okay, it's stealing. But it's only the one item. I don't want anybody hurt. Illegal, eh? What's in it for me if I take such a risk? Straight to the point and as serious as the subject demands. Certainly you are the cream of the larcenous crop. For retrieving but one object, I will give you 500 gold. No killing. And only the one item is to be taken. Think banditry just like in the songs of bards. The Nano Scythe is a Starfinder class that is someone who has nano robots and controls them. Ooh, that sounds exciting. You can stop trying to sell me. I'm interested. Just tell me what the actual job is and what you're willing to take such a risk. Oh, it's a marvelous trinket. A wondrously curious little toy from distant London. What did they call it? Oh yes, a telescope, of all things. It's a misleading name for such an interestingly crafted artifact. Golden extra farcia would have suited its craftsmanship so much better. There's not another like it this side of the trackless sea. Most gnomes have a fixation of sorts, but I don't share the love of gems that possesses my kin. I prefer the feel of metal and the intricacies of the mechanical. Not that I necessarily understand the function, but it's not right for such an item to be locked away regardless. That's a lot of text. It was meant to be used and to be held by loving hands. And if those hands just happen to be mine, more the better. The telethingy is on display at the Hall of Wonders, and were it in the possession of anyone else, it might be purchasable. No doubt you know that the Hall of Wonders is an extension of the High House, the temple to Gond. Being the god of artifice and invention, his followers take to revering mechanical devices and will not part with an original at any price. It's not as though they make proper use of such things, keeping them behind locked doors where loving hands cannot explore their subtleties. The Telewhatsit was made to be used, not worshipped. It must be in the hands of someone who can truly appreciate it. Not to be immodest, but that someone is me. I suppose I might buy a replica, but would you wish a copy of a diamond? It's just not the same. Manifest the nanorobots to buff the body, create a fog, or build an object. That sounds very powerful, gotta say. Sort of like an artificer then, I guess. That is certainly a difficult task you've set before me, you windy little man, but I will accept the challenge. Object must be defined specifically. Ah, okay. Still, sounds quite powerful. Wonderful. Oh, this is so bad of me. Well, I shall leave you to your preparations. It will certainly be a test of your mettle entering the hall. I imagine experienced roustabout such as yourself will case the joint thoroughly, eh? Get the guard schedule down and all? Oh, if only I could be part of it. Thrilling, like the songs of legend. I'll meet you back here once the burglary is announced. It's so much fun. There's no such thing as casing the joint or anything. I just walk in, I guess, and then just steal the thing. They have minor and major form? Ah. So it is defined. I mean, yeah, you have to define those things in the rules if you have a game like Starfinder, right?
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
You, guy.
I'm gone.
Less talk, more fight. Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Pal.
Can I help you, friend? If not, please do not hesitate to get out of my face. You're interrupting my fun. Like, I'll interrupt your life. What the heck? I've come to ask you to stop bothering a mutual friend of ours. A mutual friend? Ariana? She hired you to come and talk to me? No, you're too heavily armed for mere chit-chat. Let me guess, you are to kill me, but you want a peaceful solution. You'd rather end this diplomatically and save your conscience the trouble of killing someone over a mere tryst in the undercellar. Let me save you from your dilemma and get in the first shot. Well, okay.
My heart's really not in this.
I wanted to solve this peacefully. This is your call, dude.
Eat flaming!
Oh.
Or, possibly
Why are you
frosty.
here?
Death!
Also, that dude was a bandit.
You have need of me?
Huh.
Make it quick.
Okay. They also have a resource to buff the nanorobots, do stronger stuff outside of the ordinary. Ah, so like spell enhancements. Sounds good.
I care not. This way.
A lot of gold. Gray matter nanosite specialties regeneration, and so it can repair people near him or in the fog. Ah, buff that lasts for every round as long as the target is near him or in the fog. Ah, okay, so you buff people, right? That makes a lot of sense. Look at me just stealing everything. There's so much gold here, holy heck.
You point, I punch.
1 minute for a fight that has an eternity. Yeah, true.
Butt kicking for goodness.
Lady Alith Ellen something? Elendara? Again, who are you?
Something you require?
Good eve to you. I am Alith, the owner and proprietor. I trust the elf song will fit your needs, whatever they should be. I should be wary of the clientele if I were you. Everyone is quite on edge of late. Apart from looking a little haggard, everyone seems quite ordinary. What have I here to fear? The elf song is somewhat of a refuge for the less appreciated members of society. You will find that the city patrols give us a wide berth, though we are not unprotected. Thievery is kept in check by the willingness of our patrons to answer with a blade, though I suppose this is successful just as often as it is not. We tend to go through a large number of customers, though we keep the smart ones. Large customer turnover, right?
I'm gone.
Oh my god, pathfinding, come on. Oh, okay. That summoned the guards. That's not what I want.
I've done had enough of this.
Okay.
What you want? I care not.
This here. Here. This here. Oh, charges on that wand. Not bad. Oh, I'm done? Oh. For the moment, he can only manifest one thing, the fog, object, or his body buff. Every 2 levels, the nanosite gets an upgrade that adjusts its manifestations like warlocks and vocations. Ah, so I guess the nanosite is based on the warlock then.
Butt kicking for goodness.
Yeah, like translating fantasy classes like that into sci-fi is interesting. Say the nanosite is a mix of monk warlock, but they have no magic but spell-like effects. Ah, right. Okay, so there's where was that tavern?
And packing steel.
Here? No.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Also not here.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Here? No, this is the noble's quarter.
And packing steel.
I've already lost where the thing is. Here, the 3 kegs.
Full plate and packing steel.
Strong simplification. Yeah, but you know, simplifications can be good to grasp what is going on. He works totally tech-based, but when creative they can simulate effects. Yeah. And I guess that's the best way. Right? That you can...
What?
Let me cast... Ta-da! And now this entire area is revealed. No more fog of war going on.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Later, Grey Matter starts a specification path as a secondary path they never finish. Oh.
Make it
Oof, okay.
More fight. Butt kicking for goodness! Butt kicking for goodness!
I'm just carrying around the skull that I found in the painting. I don't know what it's for, but okay. I'll just carry it around, I guess.
Well, I never.
Have you done it? Is he? Yeah, he's dead. Oh, that is just perfect. Wonderful. All that is left is to pay you for your trouble. I fear that I'm unable to give you the money that I promised, however. Please forgive me, but I was desperate, and you seemed so preoccupied with the gold. I figured that I must offer a large sum to get the deed done. I apologize, but I only have 500 gold to give you. Now I can start blackmailing her? It's like, oh, I had to pay this dude every week. Let me hire you. And it's like, oh, I don't have the gold I promised you. It's like, that's okay. Pay me every couple days. Did I save beforehand? Yes. Let me try this. Let me see what does. Regeneration has 5 stages. And the other has it also, but because secondary path he only teaches the 3rd stage of it. Grey matter would be ruthless. A deal is a deal. Yeah, exactly. I have other plans that make up the difference in the long term. I will take your 500 gold, but I demand 500 more every 2 days. If I do not receive it, people will hear of your murderous ways. What? You are no better than... I suppose I should have seen it in your eyes when we first met. It would seem I was better off with the devil I knew. Very well, that is little I can do to stop you. I shall be here promptly every 2 days. Well, lady, I mean, quests. But I don't want to do that because I don't need that money. I don't want that money. I don't want to come back every 2 days. So I might get more XP if I'm nice.
Well, I never.
I demand the gold I was promised. You may demand all you wish, but it will do you no good. I simply do not have the gold I promised. The 500 I offer is the most I can give. I am sorry. Lady, you're talking to a bunch of people who just murdered someone in cold blood. Right? It's like, it's not smart. Okay, fine. Indeed, here's your coin. Our business is concluded, so I trust you will withdraw as soon as possible. I would not do for me to be seen consorting with a known killer. Good day.
What?
You're a queer fellow. This way. Yep.
Was that what I think it was? 208 gems. $208 gems. Just sitting there. What? You promised him we might find a compromise. People she hired no less. Yes, exactly. It's like, I'm gonna hire you to kill someone, but I'm gonna lie to you while hiring you. It's not smart. I don't actually know the anime. Like, I've never watched it. I've never watched the anime Hellsing. So.
Cool! Butt kicking for goodness!
I don't know it.
I care not. I've done had enough of this.
Holy heck.
What you want? I care not. What you
Come
want?
on. Okay, my mouse is definitely not cooperating. Okay, they are the same type of gem. Huh. Okay.
I punch.
So it is real. That actually is 200 gems
and packing steel.
of that type.
Full plate and packing steel. Full plate and packing steel.
Where? Oh yeah, the Hall of Wonders. That's where I wanted to go. What make the explanation for the abilities I plan for? Oh. Yeah, but sadly I don't know it. Is there a tavern here or anything?
Butt kicking for goodness!
Blade and Stars. That's a tavern.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Nature's servant awaits.
Camaraderie, adventure, and steel on. Let's talk more.
Okay.
Full plate and packing steel. Kicking for goodness!
My rooms are the best kept on the Sword Coast.
Yes?
There we go. Now I can see the whole thing, and I see there's actually nothing here.
Cool one, sir. Full plate and packing.
And I can identify more items. $30 magic missiles on this thing. Nice. Protection from undead. Very nice. What's this? Protection from electricity. Also very nice. Okay.
You point, I butt kicking for goodness!
Hall of Wonders. He now has level 2 an ability that gives him the ability to track with his nano robots when he buffs his body when he's unarmed. ability expands with his levels. And he can have 60 range when he has fear 6 like 2 free hands. Ah, okay.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Sounds very useful actually. Get his attack, he needs to use his limited class resource. Oh, okay. Good on you, friend. Come inside the Hall of Wonders, but please remember the 1 gold donation. It provides sponsorship for those that craft the curious wonders inspired by Gonds. Its patronage supports the not immediately saleable works produced. I'll not pay to enter a building open to the public. Mere pittance to pay for a day's entertainment. Please enter and enjoy the works within. Gondsman Brathlin will offer insights on a number of the items, but his time is limited. The tour will not be extensive. Enjoy.
Full plate and packing steel.
Ah, so what is this? This the telescope? That's locked.
I'm gone.
That's a guard. Okay, I can't even touch it, so I need to wait until the guards are no longer there. I need to wait until night, I guess. When there's no more people in here. I thought it manifests as strings used for its attacks for the puppet theme. Ah, that's cool. Oh my god, this is awkward. This is very awkward. Moving behind the wall like this.
You're a queer fellow.
Yes, I am.
This way.
Okay. But yeah, like I said, I sadly don't know sing. I mean, I can pick all the locks. So that's...
You point. Butt kicking for goodness!
What is here?
Gets the kick.
I cannot see anything. This is so strange. It's like you're standing at the top of these stairs with full view of the entire hall, but no, the Fog of War just covers it. That's some very weird Fog of War coding.
Hello. Nice to make the acquaintance of such a cultured personage.
Hail and well met, stranger. I'll take it you are of an adventuring sort. I could tell the moment I saw you. You do not have the manicured hands of the fops we usually get through here. May I have a moment or two of your time? What do you want of me? Well, I'll tell you. I am a bard. Heyo. And soon to be great bard, I might add. All I really need is some good material for a song or two, and I'll be playing the big rooms. Seeing as how the masses always like tales of daring do, I need to purchase a few details off you. I could always make something up, but such things never ring true. Are you interested? Party started. Moving path lets him attack. With more accuracy in his fog. Later more objects in the fog through pushing, bent blows. Oh my goodness. That sounds powerful. No self-respecting bard would do such a thing. For the right price, I might consider it. A reasonable request. What if I paid you 200 gold for each idea? The lot of a bard is to travel and learn. Why don't you go out and find your own stories? Why? Because it's dangerous out there. I became a bard for the easy work and prestige among certain female members of my social set, not because I wanted to chase vermin down dungeon holes. Do you wish to help or not? Dude! What type of tales do you require? I don't know. Something dashing and dangerous that will make the ladies go, my hero. Oof. Faced all manner of beastie and bandit. So I can tell him about the Iron Throne. But that would be like, revealing a lot of secrets that I don't want revealed. I don't know. Again, I don't know if I tell him about the Iron Throne and such, if that will have repercussions in the game. Where people suddenly are like, oh, there's this bard who's been singing about the Iron Throne. What's going on? Right? Regeneration path, let him give a regeneration buff near him or fog. Make medical checks faster, shares health regeneration with someone. Ooh. That sounds really useful. Like pure medic. But like interesting medic. Definitely. I faced all manner of beastie and bandit in my travels, and come near death more times than I can count. Would you like to hear of the feral viciousness of gibberlings, or perhaps the cunning of the common kobold? Tell of the strength of the gnoll or the size of the ogre. Well, that all sounds rather brutish. I'm not sure what my muse is supposed to do with such tales. Perhaps, as they say, I really had to be there. Take your money, and I shall slink away to write some songs about the high price of ale and how my silken sheets chafe. The spart business is going to be rather difficult if I'm restricted to writing of things I know or understand. There we go, now you understand. Now you got it. What is this? Is this a temple? Nope, that's just an exit.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
So there's nothing else here, I guess? Huh. The level 5 mastery is healing every time Grey Matter uses limit class resource.
Butt kicking for goodness!
That sounds like optimization. That sounds like you don't want anyone to die. Maybe I can talk to this dude about the... is that a Da Vinci flyer? Helical aerial wonder. Team Dragon. Pump of Gond. Everlight. Can I ask the dude about the telescope?
Please follow, and I shall endeavor to introduce you to the majesty of Gond.
Oh no, he just talks about everything. Speak with him? I guess I do.
Please don't touch the displays. Or me.
Please don't touch the displays or me. I like that. And I thought at 7 feet, Marionette the front medic, as scary as it is, it's the flyer and his tank. I hope you had little difficulty making your way here. People are often confused by the companion building across the lane, the High House of Wonders. It is the consecrated temple of to Gond, our worship center on the Sword Coast, and parent temple to the hall here, separated to ensure that tourism does not disrupt the sanctity of our reverence. The two structures are nevertheless linked by a bridge, that they might be guarded as one. I just keep talking.
Follow, and I shall endeavor to introduce you to the majesty of God.
Here's a wondrous item for... Actually, that's a lot of text and the ad is going to start soon. So I will take this moment to... The round object could be the tank he designed? Ooh. I don't know what it is. It's just kind of there. But yeah, I will take this moment to be right back. Get up, actually walk around a bit, have a stretch, go to the bathroom, etc. If you can, if you want to, do the same. Feel free to do the same. Take care of yourselves, and then I will be back in a bit.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Are we back? We're back. Okay. Where were we? We were in the middle of the tour, right? Here is a wondrous item forged from the mind of one of our respective gnomish brethren, known as a steam dragon. It is a remarkable, if somewhat noisy means of moving large objects. Skills I mentioned slowly are reached, but isn't at level 2. Ah. I will have to look at the rule set of Starfinder at some point. See how they actually manifest all the sci-fi abilities. The fire in its belly powers mighty gears that can be affixed to belts and pulleys, hauling loads that would require dozens of strong backs. So a steam engine. Our own harbor employs such items on a grand scale, relieving ships of their cargo in a matter of moments. A might detrimental to the jobs of several longshoremen when installed, it has greatly improved the health of the few remaining. Oh, this dude is now trapped.
Please don't touch the displays. Or me.
Another marvel of ingenuity, the pump of Gond. By standing astride the seat, one is able to move water as a mill wheel might. Huh? With only the power of the legs. Excellent for watering fields or draining a flooded home. Hard work to ride for long, it does spare the back and neck from bearing the weight of buckets. I found the nano scythe with the two abilities that have my eye on can become a mass of the terrain. Ah, so like an area control.
Please
Sounds interesting.
follow, and I shall endeavor to introduce you to the majesty of Gond.
Bringing light where's naught but darkness, the Everlight. The natural law that all must fall helps feed continuous oil to a system of lamplights, eliminating bothersome refueling for weeks at a time. This is the enormous tank that holds the oil in reserve. No need to be stranded in the night again. It is inevitable with the standard illumination. Have you ever known the oil to run out during the daytime? This is what, just an oil tank? Now the telescope.
Please don't touch the displays.
Here be an amazement if ever there was one. Without question, you have all seen a Marina Standard spyglass, that crude device that roughs out a coastline. It is but a shadow of the work of this work of art from faraway Lantern. We are informed that it was labeled a telescope, or some such when initially assembled, but we have taken to calling it a farseer. Much more elegant name for its function and craftsmanship. The faces of the stars themselves are visible with its aid, and one is liable to run out of earth before running out of sight. Our local craftsmen have not been able to recapture Gun's original inspiration, and the inner workings remain a detailed mystery. Thus, while copies of its beauty are available, they function no better than the spyglass I mentioned. Is that it?
Please follow.
I apologize, but I have to take my leave.
The majesty of Gond.
I have duties in the temple and must leave you to marvel on your own. Are there questions that I might answer before I go? It spoke of the two halls being guarded as one. What did you mean by that? Oh, it's a simple matter. With the halls conjoined, guards within one can pass to the other in a matter of moments. This is actually little needed, as with the extensive use of wards to keep out miscreants, any number of guarding spells can be triggered by simply passing near one. Anything else? I'm just asking him about the security measures. This is so wild. Regeneration in the fog, 2 upgrades that uses reflection to trigger. So just everything in the fog, I guess. Basic power up. Reflexes are 2 skills I found funny. Oh, okay. At what time are the doors closed to the public, and when might they open? Dawn to dusk. We are open to viewing. We've a myriad of lighting, but our treasures are best viewed during daylight. When the eyes are open and the mind is fresh. Another inquiry. Would it be possible to buy one of these items? What is their worth in gold? I've hinted that flawed copies can be bought, but they must be ordered much in advance. Currently, the wait is no less than a year. These originals on display are unavailable at any price, as the exact details of their construction are often lost to time. Apologies. Have you another query? Please continue the tour. Forgive me, but I cannot dally about any longer. Duty calls, but enjoy your visit nonetheless. Please respect the needs of our other brethren as well, and leave with the falling of darkness. Many have nightly devotions that require their time, and they appreciate not having to hunt out stragglers. Okay, so essentially at night, there's no one in here. There's guards in the other temple, and if I do anything here, they will come over. Is essentially what he's telling me.
What?
Okay, good to know. I need to wait until it's night, essentially. But one is when someone is damaged in the fog. On my created weapon, I can inflict bleeding damage with the nanites cutting in the person. Oh my goodness. That sounds very harsh. Holy heck.
Butt kicking for goodness!
The other has a similar starting trigger but restricts the target and bounds them. Ow. And then you cut them and then the nanites get in or something? Nanites and then cut them to pieces? That's... From the inside. That sounds very cruel, to be honest. Okay, let's explore around a bit, see if we can find Quinn's house, helm and cloak, tavern inn, Decrodel's house. Who are these people? Decrodel and Quinn, like who are they? Why is there Decrodel here?
What you want? I'm gone.
Cool one. Full plate and packing steel.
Oh! Oh, it's just enemies.
You point, I punch. Go for the eyes,
try.
Go for the eyes!
No, I'm really not in this.
Uh-huh.
Nature's servant awaits.
What is it this time? Stand back and watch this.
Make it quick.
You rang?
Yes?
Okay, so this is basically just fight.
You have need of me?
No!
Okay.
I feel so... Yep, this way.
These two abilities are one use only per long rest. Bleeding can be healed with a medical check, but in the fog it has disadvantage. Kinda makes sense.
What?
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
What is it this time?
Everyone keeps missing. It's an invisible stalker.
Make it quick.
There's all of these. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. So, what is this potion of heroism? Drink the potion of heroism.
Yes?
Heal Jahira.
You rang? What is it this time?
And please use a wand.
What?
Nature's servant awaits.
I need aid soon. Lest cool one some.
You're a queer fellow.
Yes?
Hey,
You rang?
sorry. Hi. Tornado Zip. Hello. Welcome, welcome. It's always one goon if they wish to surrender. They haven't attacked them directly, so it didn't count them as a threat. Hello. How's it going? I'm in way over my head right now.
Make it quick.
Uh-huh.
So
Need healing. Lest I not survive. Yes,
okay, I don't think I'm making
authority
this.
figure.
I think I need to load. I did not expect this house to be full of so many enemies. Okay. But yeah, how's it going? What is Quinn's house? Why is there a Quinn's house?
You're a queer fellow. I've done had enough of this.
Cool one. Full plate and packing steel.
Your first time playing the game? No. It's not. I played these way back when they were like before the enhanced editions were even a thing. But I don't remember. I don't know how far I've gotten in this game. I'm not sure how much I remember about like this part of the game.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
There's some Ankex causing chaos upriver along the east bank, just north of that bitch priestess. They took down my pal, Nestor. Dang near hauled me under too. That's why I'm so glum now. Nestor's mama's gonna want some of it to bury. But I'm still getting too many nightmares and I'll get to go back there. Well, I have Nestor's dagger.
Something on your mind?
That's Nestor's dagger you got there. Saw him drive it between the plates of an anchor before it pulled him under. Here, take this gem of mine. We had someone at the city to pawn it before things went all wrong. Mama's gonna be real grateful to you. Okay, I just randomly found this dude. Okay.
This way.
First goon didn't surrender, tried to smack the 7 feet tall android in front of him. Oops. That's not smart. Apparently I can steal this without trouble.
And packing steel. Squeaky wheel gets the
Anything else? Wait, have you played these? Tornado Zip? Have you played the old Baldur's Gate games? I'm not sure how many people...
You're a queer fellow.
Like, not too many people know them, I guess. So it's always fun to find someone who has played them before. Again, why is she using these arrows? Before I bought 3, I was considering buying the bundle with 1 and 2, but ultimately didn't. A decent amount of hours on 3, though. Ah, okay. Well, these are very different. They're very much not like Baldur's Gate 3.
full plate and
Like,
packing.
I haven't played 3. I've just heard people talk about it. I've seen like the demos used to introduce the game and such.
Butt kicking for goodness.
So these are, yeah, different. I mean, starting from the rule set, right? This is a completely different rule set. It's AD&D 2nd edition instead of D&D 5th edition, so that already makes a big difference. Grey Matter commented, you had your choice, and unless he cut him down with his blade cane with his first swing. Oh no, needless to say, he lived not many rounds after couldn't surrender anymore. Oh hey, Tornado Zip, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the guild. But yeah, I guess you can see, like, not just graphics wise, but also gameplay wise, this game is yeah. It's a different mindset of gaming from back then.
Yep.
So we are quite far in the game though. Yeah.
Nature as you direct.
We're in chapter 5, though that one might probably end soon. Like, we might finish chapter 5 soon. I'm just trying to search for some side quests to finish. Except I don't know where, because the game is not very good at telling you where things are, where you have to go.
Butt kicking for goodness.
What are some of my favorite games? My absolute favorite game of all time is Planescape Torment, which is also an RPG that came out around the same time as Baldur's Gate 2. Shortly before Baldur's Gate 2, I think. And yeah, it runs along the same vein as those. So that was my absolute favorite game.
Full plate and packing steel. Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Boy.
I'm gone.
Other than that, I mean, I guess there are just some games I enjoy playing overall.
What you want? I've done had enough.
I don't particularly like many of the more modern RPGs. Things like everyone loves Skyrim. I really don't. Or like, I used to play quite a bit of Age of Empires 2 as well, especially the definitive edition. Things like City Skylines, that sort of thing. So yeah, that's more where my taste in video games lies.
You point, I pass. Squeaky wheel gets the kick. Full plate.
What have I played a lot?
Steel.
Yeah, like big strategy games, role-playing games, that kind of idea. Civilization. I played a lot of the various Civilization games. I think I started with 3? 2 or 3, I forgot. It was a long time ago. I started with 2 or 3. And then played a lot of 4. Played even more 5. And then played a whole bunch of 6. So yeah, I've done the whole deal. There's some story-driven games as well. Is anyone here? There's only a beggar. Age of Mythology interesting? Yes. Played that one as well. Take this gold coin. Age of Mythology was a lot of fun. Did a lot of very interesting stuff. But yeah, sadly, it didn't perform as well. So, it's a pity. Didn't really like RPGs until recently. Didn't have the patience for them years ago. I mean, yeah, they do require investment, especially if it's really heavy into the story side of things rather than the gameplay side of things. So yeah, it can be trying, especially if the story and the gameplay aren't meshed well together. And it feels like, oh, I'm just here for the gameplay and I have to sit through the story in order to be rewarded with more gameplay. It's sadly a lot of games do that. Right, where the story is the boring bits you have to sit through before you can get back to the gameplay, which is very paradoxical. But yeah, that's just how many games are constructed. Commercially speaking, was a failed project? Yeah, definitely. But it was still like it's a hidden gem in a lot of ways, right? Whereas I think Baldur's Gate 3 made playing a game for the story or for the characters palatable to a large audience. Right, before that it was all, no, you have to have gameplay. Story is just kind of there.
What? Less squeaky wheel gets the kick.
But we had all of these old games, and these old games are all story. And the gameplay is, yeah, it's not super deep. It's there, but it's not super deep. You're doing this mainly for the narrative, especially things like Planescape Torment and Baldur's Gate 2 and Fallout, the original Fallout as well, is excellent. I don't know where to go. I say as I try to praise this game. Oh, there's a street back here. Oh, I didn't realize there's a street back here. Oh, hey, I discovered a whole new street. Well, quelle surprise. Not much to do here though, but okay. But yeah, so some games definitely do require patience. I agree. Street is hidden and unexplored. Well, now it's not. Now it's explored. Just exploring the city. Trying to get to know it. What's back here? Oh, we were just here. Helm and Cloak. That's the tavern, right? It used to be. Yes, exactly. So, I mean, and many of these games, especially older ones, do require a lot of reading. Because voice acting things back then was a luxury. Unlike now, where if any time someone speaks, you voice act it in any big budget game. That's kind of expected now. Everything needs to be voice acted. Whereas back then, it's a lot of people. It was a luxury more than anything. Right, so a lot of things are just there in writing, and you have to read them yourself. Kind of like things like the Ace Attorney games, for instance, right? It's also a lot of reading. Or adventure games and such, visual novels, etc. A lot of reading. I think the limitations also help force the writing quality. Yes. That will definitely play a part.
Nasty times are coming, I reckon.
Corporal Hind, who are you? Ah! Ahoy, fellow adventurers! Come to share a glass with Corporal Hind and his band of merry fools. Seated with me are Farlook the Fearless, Turpin the Roaring Ranger, and Nellik the most devious and fiendish of thieves. We owe him money, so he gets a good title. But away with these meager introductions, slide up to the bar and tell us a tale of your latest adventures. Well, we've been through the Cloakwood and fought our way through every level of guarded and secret iron mine at its heart. There were mages at every turn, casting lightning bolts and firebolts at the heart of our very party before stepping through the dimension doors to renew their attacks from another flank. Aye, there was loss and carnage, but I revel in the memory of it still. Mines in the Cloakwood? Your tales are tall indeed, and we were richer for the telling. Consider yourselves honorary members of the Merry Fools, and may ale and friendship always flow within these hallowed halls. A toast, you drunkards, to Cheechan and the winsome souls that surround us now. Hooray! I don't know what that did, but, you know, you get, like, little encounters like that.
You want some whiskey?
Whilst here, you may expect superior service and excellent quality. You can pay, can't you? As long as this is so, we shall remain on excellent terms. Please try not to make trouble while here. While we are protected and all the ruckus will serve to We are well protected, and all a ruckus will serve to do is disturb the other guests. Is there anything I can do for you? It's just a normal tavern, I guess. For a while, I would only play FPS games, so I got...
I will make
Who are you?
dead and done.
Okay, hold on. For a while, I would only play FPS games, but I got back into playing story-driven games when I was not playing with friends. It's what I like playing. Yeah, I mean, again, different kinds of fun, right? And sometimes you're in the mood for different things. Like certain games I love playing with friends. Would never play them alone. And the thing that makes them fun is the friends you're playing with. Things like, and I played a lot of League, I've played some Fortnite recently, Dead by Daylight, and so on. And so if I'm playing them with friends, it's an amazing time. I would never touch those games if I'm just playing by myself. Right? And if I'm playing by myself, I play games like this. So completely understandable. So any other story-driven games other than Baldur's Gate 3 that you've tried and enjoyed? Interested to see what people like playing. Clear the way for Gretic and the Maulers of Undermountain. Yes, of course, we were just leaving. Ah, look at them run. It's as I always thought, Baldur's Gate is nothing more than a city of mewling babes. Have at them, men, and let them remember the night the Maulers came to town. What the heck? Why is everyone attacking me all of a sudden? Who are you people?
Can I help you?
My blade will cut you down to size.
Who the heck? Whomst?
You point, I punch.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, what the heck? Death Stranding. Ah. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. Hold on, I'm kind of dying here. It's like it doesn't feel like or it doesn't look like too much might be happening in there, but then if you actually look at it, it's like deep story. But definitely story-driven game.
You point.
Okay, hold on. I need to make sure that people don't.
What is it?
It's
my turn to save the day.
You killed him before I could finish the spell.
Make it quick.
Okay, was that it?
Less talk, more fight.
Okay, so drinking with these people made these other people appear. I guess.
Who wants some?
Eesh. Can't you just leave people in peace? Man, is that so difficult?
You point.
Okay.
I punch.
Anything else?
You have need of me? Can I help
Less
you?
talk, more fight. Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Something, stranger?
We've been honored by your presence tonight and awed by your prowess. I beg your leave, however, for some of my men are wounded and must seek attention elsewhere. May the houses of Cheechin and Gorpalheim be ever graced with each other's friendship. Come, men, and carry your wounds bravely. That was cool. Like, you make friends with another adventuring party, and then there's these brigands who come in, and it's like, yo, we'll mess this place up. Just go, nope. We're fighting with our new friends.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
Also, I need to heal.
You've a task?
You
Okay.
point. I punch. Full play.
Yeah, I've never personally tried Death Stranding. Oh, are these guards just in the way?
I should have joined the army.
Rightfully sorry, but this room is off limits for the time being. No offense intended, you understand? It's just that we've had rather nervous guests who insist that the room be kept under strictest lock and key. Rightfully sorry, but you cannot pass. Okay.
Full plate.
That's interesting.
Steel.
But I can come up here. Okay.
I care not.
I just saw your bio and saw that you finished Arkham Asylum, City and Origins. Which one is your favorite? So for me, Arkham Asylum is a comfort game. I've played Arkham Asylum multiple times.
And packing steel.
And
Butt kicking for goodness.
in fact, the reason I played it on stream and finished it on stream was because there was like a period I wasn't feeling too great. And I told myself, I just need to play a comfort game. And that comfort game was Arkham Asylum. So I would say that one might be my favorite, even though Arkham City is also really, really good. Like, it does a lot of things right. I didn't quite enjoy Origins as much. Origins to me felt a bit shallow, if that makes sense. Especially compared to City. Origins felt too how do I best put this? Sectionized. If that makes sense. You could very clearly see. Okay.
Squeaky wheel gets
The different subsections the game is like artificially divided into.
You're a queer fellow. I'm gone.
So I think City is the better one, but Arkham Asylum is comfort for me. Definitely. These aren't just statues, these are petrified people. Have to be. Okay, hold on. There's a bunch of stuff. I don't have any more spells. Oh. No, okay. So I do enjoy the first two a bit. It's just like Arkham Asylum is very tightly scripted, and the storytelling the pacing is great and such. City just feels a bit bigger and grander, but in doing that, it loses some of the tightness of it. I love role-playing Asylum, but the little chime still makes me uncomfortable from when I first play. Yes! Oh god, the chime! Yeah! Whenever there's a message, and then at some point the Joker just takes it over. Ah! Yeah! What is it? Dun, 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 dun. That thing, right? Yeah. Like, and if a game can have an effect like that on you, I think that's a mark of it being a great game. So definitely. I don't like, a friend of mine keeps telling me to play Arkham Knight as well. But I've heard very mixed things about it. I might play it at some point just to finish the set. But it's not too high on my priority list right now. So, yeah. My word! What nefarious deity have I crossed to warrant the siege of my home by heavily armed roustabouts and ruffians, storming in here as you have is rude, if not downright illegal? What can you possibly say that would stop me from having you thrown in the stocks? Take a single step toward the door, and I'll wring your scrawny neck. Just need to examine some of your wares. Oof, can I just do that? Let me see. Well, I see no reason to delay you further then. Take a look around if you like. I'll not get in your way. Just try to be gentle. Some items are fragile. So I really do believe that if I have like a stone to flesh scroll or something like that, which or spell, I don't. Okay, hold on. I may need scrolls of like stone to flesh, because this really looks like those are petrified people, not statues. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to examine them like that, or like highlight them like that.
I've done had enough of this.
You point, I punch.
Oberon's estate. What I found interesting is the gray fog versus VNS used to give a percentage of avoiding getting hit as. Okay. When it comes to story, I like City, but overall, I think I like Night more. Oh, okay. Like, the only real thing I've heard about Night was its disastrous launch. That's the big thing, because I was interested. Back then, I still play like Arkham Asylum and City quite a bit, and I was interested in finding out, oh, Arkham Knight, what's that? And then I heard about the disastrous launch, so I don't know how the game is now. Like I said, I've heard a lot of people like it, but I've also said a lot of people just think Knight isn't that great overall. So I don't know. like I said, I'll probably play it at some point.
Gold plate and packing steel.
But yeah, I mean, at this point, really, there's no reason not to just at least try it. I think I own the game. Maybe I'll have to see. Like, if I own it again, even less of a reason not to try it. 10% missing chance with the limited resource buff was useful in a gunfight. 10% level 2, that becomes 25. Later levels could help you squishy party member. Oh yeah, definitely. That sounds like a very helpful thing.
The Vigilant One knows of all your sins.
Welcome to the Watchful Shield. Our devotion to He of the Unsleeping Eye is unswerving. An interesting word. Please allow us to shield and protect you under the ceaseless gaze of Helm. Sorry, the thought of being watched by some kind of ceaseless eye disturbs me immensely. Mood. Definitely a mood. I'll find my own way out. I picked up Arkham Knight on launch day and don't really remember anything bad. Got it on PS4 though. Yeah, the things I heard were from the PC launch, I believe. That the porting was horrendous. I mean, it was so bad that they had to pull it from shelves, quite literally. They had to pull it from shelves, pull it from the Steam store and such, and then rework the port completely and re-release it later. That's how bad it was, and that's what I remember. I want to go here. I want to see what this is. Holy heck. Lots of text. Oh my goodness. I thought the fog's missing chance they create is even triggered when a person manages to hit the AC range. Okay. Let's see. The village of Ulgothsbeard lies on the banks of the river Kyanthar? Not sure. Just upstream from Baldur's Gate and the open sea beyond. This farm-dotted countryside is usually a peaceful haven from the turmoil of the Sword Coast, although of late the same cannot be said of Ulgothsbeard itself. The simple fishing village has become the source of many a rumor in recent days. Rumors of an ancient cult risen again, unsubstantiated tales of a murderous creature stalking the night, and talk of strange goings-on in the house of Chandalar, powerful and eccentric mage who makes his home in the normally sleepy village. You have also heard with certainty that tours of the fabled Durlax Tower operate from Ulgothsbeard, and that it is truly a place where adventurers can test their mettle. Perhaps such a test will better prepare you to fight the darkness that threatens to destroy the Sword Coast and you with it. So is this just like extra stuff? I don't think this was part of the core game. This may be part of the enhanced edition or Siege of Dragonspear. Like, just look at the art. It looks very different from the rest of Baldur's Gate. So I think this might be expansion content. That might be even be Siege of Dragonspear content. Flying Brain Time, Mage, and our Rat Man Biohacker. Oh, okay. 2 members who have HP numbers who reflect a wizard. Oh, okay. Ulgoth boy. Ulgoth boy! These past 2 weeks, I've been watching the streamer Dante play for the first time on PC and everything went fine, so I think they finally fixed everything. Check the game out sometime. Yeah, it's been a while, right? And if a launch is that disastrous, then they usually put a lot of effort into fixing it so that people will buy it and stop refunding. So yeah, I think they fixed the technical issues, definitely. Now That's not what I'm worried about, really. So, yeah, okay, I should check it out. Biohacker is a class that uses mutagenic substances, drugs, or nanorobots to influence the body functions. Medical Bay. The starship is a horror show. Welp. That's, good luck. Chandalar. Oh, here. I know you. Oh, yes, don't think I don't. You who dare to show your face here. You have me at a disadvantage, sir. You claim to know me, but I'm not acquainted with you. Spare me your false pretensions and manners. I see through them as I see through light and day. And save your disgusting innocence and ignorance. You know me well and true, though we have not met in person to personal manner. My name, most foul whelp, is Chandalar. Yes, I see the dim lights of recognition in your eyes, like a bolt from the sky, though I get ahead of myself. You did slaughter that which I held most dear. For shame! Chandalar. Nope, doesn't ring any bells. Perhaps if you told me what it is I'm supposed to have done. I murdered his daughters and stole his stuff. A flying brain as a mage. Oh, a rat man mad scientist. Followed by my 7 feet tall marionette like an android who uses nanorobots. That sounds like a typical adventuring party right there. Dun dun dun. Yeah, exactly. I do wonder now. If I had come here before doing the quest where I go to his home, what would have happened? Chandalar, huh? No, for me it was Tuesday. You will not insult me so! You cannot remember the incident is doubly infuriating. To have snuffed out the lights of my life and not even recall the deed is the height of indignity. Chandalar accuses, and you will admit. Thing to awoke, and this could look like the Santa Claus scheme. Nightmare Before Christmas. Like, turning Christmas horrible? Or stealing Santa Claus from the Christmas land. The movie. Yes, I know. I guess, yeah, bringing quote unquote Christmas to the children. Oh dear, Chandalar of Olga Spear, Chandalar that makes his home in a hull-ruined ship, Chandalar that charged his daughters to guard the components of such a skyship in their pending their sale. I never heard of you or your daughters. Oh my god, some of these are mean. I know of you. You were to sell the components of a skyship, and I prevented it. Granted, I did so at the cost of your daughter's lives. But you were the one that charged them with the task of guarding the items I sought. Why put them in harm's way if you were not prepared to lose them? Oh my god. What is this? Imagine this scares the hell out of him. Mo, when Santa is brought to Halloween Town and sees the horror. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. I remember. I know you. I was involved in the killing of your daughters in Baldur's Gate. Regrettable, but business is business. There, you see? Was that so hard to admit? I'm sure you will agree it is better to maintain a level of honesty in all one's dealings. Now that that is out of the way, I will have to ask that I will have a task that you will perform. Oh, you are still to be punished, but you will have the satisfaction of knowing that you have purged your conscience ahead of time. Much more rehabilitating. You are to do me a service. Okay, so he gives me a quest. So, I guess if I come here before killing his daughters, he's not here and he won't be here to give me the quest. Right. I will send you where you must go, and you must return with the item I need. The simple cloak is your target, but do not wear it. You've already abused too much of what is mine. Go now. What? Hello? What in the heck?
Butt kicking for goodness!
Where the heck am I? Hello, polar bear. Grey Matter might ask the heartless question. You know what? Let me load to back here and then save properly. Right, just in case. Let me check if like my inventory is completely filled with stuff.
Let's talk more fight. Full plate and packing steel.
Can I go in here? And
Ergen would speak at ye, so listen up a moment or two.
Merry band of heroes you be. Why does everyone want to talk to me? Have I got the adventure that'll make you yearn for glory? I'm Ergen Stoneblade, presently residing in Citadel Atbar. Well met, what adventure do you speak of? A glorious adventure indeed. You have heard of Durlach's Tower, perhaps? Heard of it, yes? It's a haunted tower to the south of here, is it not? Was haunted by me grandma's friend for a time. He went mad, you see. Durlach Trollkiller was a dwarven hero of great renown. Single-handedly slew many a dragon, he did. Granda. Migranda was a good friend of Durlach's. They adventured together until Migranda's untimely death several centuries ago. Go on. Migranda was slain by an evil demon, but Durlach survived. Durlach kept Soul Taker that had been Migranda's. He was going to send it to me mother, but he was betrayed. A sad tale that, after Durlach built the tower, his family was replaced by doppelgangers. Durlach killed them all, but was driven mad by the act. He entrapped his tower heavily, forgot about Migranda's dagger. When I heard the story as a youth, I went to retrieve the dagger myself, but was driven back by Durlach's devious trap. I found the dagger? You'd be interested. I wish to hire you to retrieve Migranda's dagger, Soul Taker, me birthright. Here's the thing, I've been through Durlach's tower. I've done the whole thing. I don't think I found the dagger. It's pretty late, so I'm gonna go. I'm glad I found your stream, though. I'll make sure to tune in more streams. Bye, everyone. Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for the follow. And you have a very good night. Wish you good night, good sleep. And yeah, hope to see you soon. Good night, Tornado Zip. Yeah, exactly. Probably Grey Matter. Why did you put your offspring in harm's way when you cherish them so much? Exactly. Why would you do that to your own kids? Oh my goodness. The tower has been penetrated somewhat by previous adventurers. I would think that the edge has been taken off of the danger. What say you? I'll find your dagger if I'm able. Good fortune to you then. I shall await your return here.
You point, I
punch. Found the dagger? Is that a thing? Did I find it and sell it? Or so? I don't know.
Full plate and packing steel.
You want some whiskey?
Yeah, let's see. Oh, there's some spells here. Nice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I want those. Cloak of Displacement. All staff plus 3? These are some really good items. What the heck? Grey matter as an android has not the best understanding of emotions, so question mark shows in human nature. Fair.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Okay. Hatch time, so I'll finish my food. And I think I will have to call it sooner rather than later. It's 5 p.m. I've been going for a while. Holy heck, I've been going for 6 hours? What? Okay. Yeah, then I will definitely have to call it. Let me just do some maintenance.
Nature's servant awaits.
Oof.
Less talk, more fight. Squeaky wheel
wants
gets
a
the
whiskey?
kick.
Okay. Yeah, I'll wait for the ad to finish and then I'll just do some very quick maintenance stuff. I can't start something big right now. There's a couple of things I may need to read up on that I may have missed. But for now, this is really just yeah, I need to call it. I've been going for 6 hours. I didn't realize. Holy heck. That is very long. It's not the longest I've streamed. I used to stream way longer, but for now, yeah, I need to end. Funny in the system is that androids have a downside in emotions, but also are harder to read expressions wise. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. It's an interesting trait. Okay, ad break just ended. Yeah, I will have to call it soon. Android's bad emotional insight is a double-edged sword. They can't read emotions, but also be hard to read. Yep, exactly. Okay.
What?
Ah, there we go. Marek's poison.
Make it quick.
Takes effect. Okay. Did I save? Over here, I saved. Where was my last save? Here. Okay, you know what? I'm not ready to deal with all of this new stuff that's popping up. So I am just going to call it here. I need to read up on what like if I'm missing out on anything crucial. Save and call it a night? Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I've been going for 6 hours. That's plenty for one setting. Even though we spent like 2 hours just discussing RPGs, which, you know, is awesome. A lot of fun. I'm funny that Grey Matter tries to implement some emotional response, but it's noticeable that he doesn't get them. Laughing for a joke, but no emotions in it. Oh, that's creepy. Alright. Let's see who is on. Ooh. What are these messages? Why do I get private messages from people on Twitch? What's happening? But yeah, today was fun. 6 hours are 6 hours. Yeah. A lot of interesting conversations. Raids and follows and subs. Holy heck, this was wild. I'm so appreciative of everyone. Yeah, if you've been here since the beginning or you came in later, maybe as part of the raid, if you've been chatting or lurking, doesn't matter. I appreciate all of you very, very much. And I hope to see you again soon. I will be back next week on Wednesday my time. We'll hopefully finish up Mafia. And then on Thursday, I will be doing role-playing game, tabletop RPG design. To decide what to do. And then maybe we'll get that session of Thirsty Sword Lesbians started. And then, yeah, more Baldur's Gate after that. Alright. Was a draft for an emotional response of his? That sounds about right. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. It was a lot of fun. I hope you found it enjoyable as well. We are going to raid Taika. Taika, who is a really cool dude, very chill bean. And he is currently playing Metal Gear Solid, the original Metal Gear Solid. So from one OG game to another OG game. I hope that's pretty fitting. Okay. Yeah, thank you all for being here. It was great. I will be back again next week. I'll be posting my schedule. You can see my schedule on Twitch itself, or I'll be posting it to Blue Sky. And yeah. Take care, everyone. And bye-bye.